Thank you. From your experience working with the reentry population, what would you say are three main deficits that is needed for them coming out of prison? Like housing, mental health. What are three main things that you can say that's going to help build their capacity, build their foundation upon their release? Yeah.
Hello? Yeah. Hello. Well, I would say one of the three main things that I see that are really issues is funding, because most facilities that are contracted are full. Second is the transition that needs to happen from like their last 60 days, whether they're lifers or just long time offenders, about the 60-day mark when they need to start working on housing. I'm not sure if it's the responsibility of the PA2 in prison or whatever, but they're not getting transitional services that they need, or they may be available, but they don't know how to access them. And then third, peer support. Dealing with people who are also formerly incarcerated, who have navigated the system and have on-the-ground solution for what they need to do next, step by step. Some people ain't gonna tell you, look, I don't know nothing about this, you gotta step by step. And they have this thing that allows them not to feel like they don't want to feel like they don't know nothing. So they don't ask questions, and they just automatically, you could say a word, presumptive, and they won't know what it means, but it just sit up there and go, okay, yeah, I got it. But to have somebody say, do you know what I mean when I say that, or to break things down into a language they can understand and utilize to get where they need to go, that's really, really important. Speaking to convicts or formerly incarcerated people in a language that they understand.
Before I get to their question, I just want to add into what's important, because we want to make sure it's a seamless transition from them coming out of prison, coming into the community. So we have to have a transition component, which is peer support, like they talk about. But the transition alone just focuses on the transition from coming out of incarceration, back into the community, back into the workforce, back into the family. It's different levels to it. And if we don't address it and we just stick them with a job, guess what? They haven't transitioned yet. They're still incarcerated, mentally and emotionally. So the transition is something that's a missing piece. That's the secret sauce, is the transition, that component. And the aftercare needs to be longer than 6 months, longer than a year. It needs to be like 3 years, 5 years. They have to have a support group. So I just want to add that. Yes, you had a question. Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Another thing, I talked to the man last night because I went to a reentry conference yesterday in Ontario. And that question was asked. And this is one question that no one never answered. I mean, this is a response no one ever gets. Family reunification. If my family structure is my mama don't want to see me, my baby mama don't want to see me and all this stuff, job and all that stuff is really out. That I'm going to get it, but my mental is messed up. So you can put me in this transitional home, you can give me a job, but my mental is messed up because my mama don't want to see me, my baby mama don't want to see me, my kids don't want to see me. So I think on top of all that stuff, there has to be family reunification because they're coming back into their families. And they hurt their families by the things, we hurt our family by the things we did. Now we did our time, now we come home, but there may not be no acceptance. So just in thinking like, hey, if some peer support can get with the families and say, hey, give this person a chance, he or she is doing X, Y, and Z to change his life. Amen. That's a major thing.
Beautiful. Thank you. We have like 4 questions, I think 5. Okay, I'm gonna do it in order that I see the hands right here.
Okay, I know that things are geared toward the younger generations, but what's available for the elderly people? Because that's my mission, is to open up a house for the elderly that specifically deal with their needs. Because I was formerly incarcerated, and I saw the abuse that was placed on the elderly people because of their health issues. So when they come out here, they go to these programs that specifically want them to do 12 steps and all that kind of stuff, groups and stuff. And I think that they need stuff based on their needs, specifically for their needs. So is there any kind of programs that specifically deal with the elderly?
Good question. Good question.
You know, we service all people, but I may advise you that we need to have a meeting with Ms. Bonia, because what I hear is you're a leader for that arena to be able to address those issues. And so we will come alongside you and collaborate with you to provide those services to that group. Question, two over here, I probably, yes, over here.
Question also for the elderly. I myself have never been incarcerated, but my husband was alive for the police, 23 years. And he said
Here's the mic. Here's the mic.
Here's
the mic.
And so when he got out of prison, he did a Walmart card and a bus pass. Didn't do it, except transitional living. He's got all kinds of experience, got lots of job skills. But like I said, he's 63 years old. He he still has to support himself. He tried to apply for Social Security because he's of age. He hasn't put on in enough to get any Social Security. So what kind of programs are available for somebody like that? The job skills, he has job skills that learned because he was volunteering without it, job kind of job. But a lot of that is labor jobs. He's 63. He's had a lot of issues that went on in prison, a lot of abuse that went on in prison. They've left him with a lot of injuries and a lot of health issues. So he's not able to go big distance anymore. He's not able to go and unload the truck anymore. So what kind of services or employment services do you allow?
I'm not sure what services are currently available, but as a formerly incarcerated man who is elderly and has a bunch of great skill set for work, if you don't see a lane for yourself, create your own. And what I mean by that is right now, this is a great time, especially in California, for the small businessmen.
That is what he's doing right now, but in the transition between prison and getting that going,
It's a gap.
and there's a big gap. So in order to get to this point, we need to get a little bit going in between. He's gone and applied for all kinds of jobs, entry level. He'd love to have to work for a commercial record. He's bank robber. You don't want to hire a bank robber.
Okay, let me say this, 'cause I don't want to cut you off. I'm thankful that you're transparent to say that. And when I get off the stage, I'm gonna get your number, I'm gonna get the lady's number that spoke, because what I see is that we have to create something to address that. And so that's why I'm thanking you. Remember, I said we collaborate. So we're identifying an issue that we have to address now. I'm not gonna lie and say, oh, it's this program and it's that program, because when you say the age, I'm like, that's an issue, that's something that we need to address. So I will come down, get the telephone number, and we'll begin to collaborate to create that level of support.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen.
Thank you all. I'm Tamara Ruffin Martin, the employment project manager at Starting Over. And we're gonna be flexible right now. I want to give the thanks to the reentry panel discussion.
Good job, y'all. Good job.
I want to encourage each and every one of you who may have questions to look around the room. Around the parameter of the room are reentry specialists and community-based organizations that do the work. So to answer some of your questions, you just have to table hop. How does that sound? Okay. Well, at this point, we have the privilege of introducing our keynote speaker, the Director of Riverside County Public Health, Kim Saruturi. Come on up, Kim. Kim is a champion for health, justice, and equity. Riverside County, when COVID happened, if you could remember, declared racism as a public health crisis. So for us, Kim is our champion. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you so much. Good morning. It's great to look out here and see all of these faces. And I just have to say that I survived COVID, and speaking to lots of different people and in front of boards of supervisors and city council, but you all are scarier to me than that. just because the work that you do every single day impacts what I do as a public health person, right? Everything that you do impacts health. And so that's really what I want to talk today about, is kind of that connection between homelessness, the unhoused population, reentry, and social determinants of health. I feel like a lot of what I'm going to talk about today, you all already know, but I hope that maybe it'll be a different way of kind of pulling it all together. So I'm going to do my best to support you all and have some good comments this morning. So I should just first say I was afraid, right, to come up here, but I'm also really honored to be part of this discussion, because health and having a thriving community is what we strive for in public health. And there are so many factors that impact that. And again, the work that you all do is so critical to that. So I want to start this morning by calling out our shared belief that every individual deserves dignity, security, and the opportunity to thrive. And I know that I'm preaching to the choir here, but I want to highlight what I think is our shared belief, that homelessness is not solely a substance use issue, not solely a mental health issue. It's a failure in housing policy. It's a reflection of our society's inability to behaviors. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, approximately 40% of state and federal prisoners have not completed high school or its equivalent, compared to about 10% of the general population aged 18 and over. Access to healthcare service is another critical social determinant of health that is often challenging during incarceration. While incarcerated, individuals may face barriers to accessing timely medical care, accessing inadequate screening and treatment, and if they can access it, it may not be adequate, and stigma in general associated with seeking healthcare services. And according to a study published in the American Journal of Public Health, the prevalence of chronic health conditions among incarcerated individuals is 2 to 4 times higher than that of the general population. So we think of things like hypertension, diabetes, heart disease, and all of those things we know that the incarcerated population needs support and care for when they come out and reenter the general society. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the prevalence of HIV/AIDS and hepatitis C is significantly higher among justice-involved individuals compared to the general population. So upon release, justice-involved individuals may continue to face barriers to healthcare access, such as lack of health insurance, transportation, continuity of care, and all of these contribute to untreated health conditions and poor health outcomes. And these conditions are only further exacerbated by issues of housing instability. So we know that intentional, inclusive, and safe reentry services prioritize the dignity and well-being of justice-impacted individuals. And you all as service providers recognize that successful reentry requires more than just access to basic services. It demands a comprehensive approach that addresses the unique needs and challenges faced by each of the individuals we serve. Stable housing provides a foundation for individuals to rebuild their lives, maintain connections with family and community, and access the resources that they need to thrive. Reentry services must prioritize housing stability as a key factor in reducing recidivism and long-term success. And this is where the partnership between those of you that are housing homelessness providers in the room and the reentry providers and the public health providers, that partnership is so critical. There's a lot of overlap in need and in the populations that we serve. And so we have to work together to identify and share resources so that we can and will have a greater positive impact on the reentry population, the unhoused population, and the community as a whole. And the Department of Public Health is really proud to work side by side with all of you because we know that the work that you do impacts the health outcomes in our community. By working collaboratively across sectors and across communities, we can create a more just and equitable society where everyone has the opportunity to reach their full potential. We can help improve health outcomes and the overall well-being of our justice-involved individuals. We can prioritize stable housing and promote successful reintegration into the community. And if we can do all of that, then I'll be able to show you lots of data about how our community is thriving and we are achieving positive health outcomes. So I hope that I can come back in a couple of years and we can do just that. How about that? All right. So in closing, I just would like to thank you all for having me here today and remind you that you can make a difference, each and every one of you individually and all of us collectively. Our communities are relying on us. We have to do this work. And I know the work is hard, but I also know that there are a lot of creative people in this room, a lot of dedicated people in this room. And by working together, we can accomplish anything we set our mind out to. There's no barrier too big. So I would encourage all of you to learn everything you can today, reach out, make those partnerships, know that the Department of Public Health is here with you side by side, ready to work and continue to work in the trenches with you. And let's really positively impact our community. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you, Kim. You know, if you want to go further, you go together. Where's John Brown? Where's John Brown? John, can you stand up? John Brown was part of my Path to Seed cohort, and that was his quote. If you want to go further, you go together. And that's what this conference is about. So now we're gonna shift our focus from individual rights and things like that, and we're gonna focus on connectedness and relationships. Are you ready to do some work?
Yes.
Okay. As I mentioned, I'm the employment project manager, so I have some instructions. Can you guys follow instructions? Are you sure? I don't want chaos, all right? All right. So we have a living library during this time. Our videographer, Ezra, here you go. Would you raise your hand? Any of the panelists that would like to share a little bit about our living library, go ahead and follow Ezra into the hall there, and he'll start taking your testimonial. So we have 4 breakout panels. We have Advocacy 101, which will be on the patio in the rear. Don't move yet. Listen. We have our funding panel, which will be on the patio forward in the front here. We have family reunification. Does everybody know what that means? Does everybody know what that means? Well, if you don't, that's a good breakout session for you. And we have funding, excuse me, I mentioned that. We have youth. Where's our youth panel? Gonna in this corner over here. All right, so there's moderators for each of the panels. You're gonna discuss some common themes and some ideas. You have a job to do. You have to come up with potential solutions. We're not just here to listen. We're here to act. Are you with us? Okay. Time is now.
Hey y'all, it's your girl Shay Nicole. Lake Charles raised, Nashville made. And I gotta get something off my chest, y'all. He don't just want one, said he gotta have 3.
To the left, Inako. You to the right, Chantel, moderator. Hey, Inako, good to meet you. We're gonna be back there, babe. Bonnie's already back. Okay. And funders outside to the left. Emma will be moderating, maybe Tanya, Jennifer. And funders to the right outside, Emma. And advocacy to the left. We'll have Terrence Stewart moderating. All right. You will all be coming back to the tables when you're done. Moderators, please pick a leader to come back to report out. We're going to come back and report out in the main room.
You want to encourage the people that are tabling to participate as well, or just
Yeah, folks who are tabling, you're welcome to participate as well, since everyone is in their respective corner. Find your hot spot and get in it. We have 30 minutes only. We're coming back at 10 o'clock, y'all. Again, we have family reunification on the left side of the building. We have youth on the right-hand side. All my volunteers, are you taking note? Outside, we have funders on the right. And outside on the left, advocacy. So right now there's no mics because everything's connected. But when we come back, we're gonna report out. And then we're gonna do a new panel and then on the. Did you turn the music off? All right, and let's start now. Dive in. No.
And when I got to that space, I realized people that have been treated and have now treated like in teaching dance, I didn't have no clue about feelings, rules, benefits, and I. So I had no clue of any of that. And they were very sick and witty. They had been making systems. If you want to say broken family, no, I said not their family. Nothing. They tell me lady. That was not broken, that was their family. So I got stuck in that. And I started information. I felt like now I'm trying to get all and I started working, and I don't think I've ever worked for I worked at the 10, the 12, the 14, the 15, every club. And it was just like, oh God, let me start. And how I came to town, I worked for agency, and we had a contract with Town Workers. So the liaison was done, and I was and our second they're right. I gotta be honest. And I always believe that we have to share our struggle, our challenges. We cannot continue to find these. And a lot of facilities, I had to understand politics, red tape. But I was very honest with the department of health. I let them know what the challenges are difficulties for our kids. I don't care what it was going on. I kept that relationship. So lo and behold, I decided I'm going to apply for the department, which I said I never would be a social worker because I also worked with LA County with before foster youth with their kids, and you guys heard that song, It's My Party, it's my party, I want to. That was a song in my mind years ago when kids were foster care because they got a plastic bag, happy birthday, 18 years old, and out of the street. So I was able to, and finally, after 12 years of advocating, maybe 12 years, people talking about relative assessment. It was foster youth that we advocated for those assessments because foster youth didn't say, you're placing me with relatives who are struggling. And matter of fact, the relatives raised my parents, and you took food from my parents. So this is like already you got it in place. So I was fighting, but lo and behold, I was coming to go to it. And when I sometimes I get emotional when I talk about it. It opened my eyes, and unless you've ever been a social worker in child welfare, I'm not disrespecting any other social worker. You don't know what goes on. Only the person in your and it is a beat, and you're constantly it is an environment that you own. 5 years as a social worker to become good. And that was a mistake. That was easy learn. And oh, you want to believe the clients, you want to help them. And it's because we don't believe you. I learned early on, trust and verify. Trust but verify, and that means verify. So when I became a social worker, it was a whole eye opener. Fast forward, the reason why I do the work now that I do with I'm from an organization that's called Gyro Shalom. And what we do is we talk about second, third, fourth trauma. You don't think about that as working in this field if you've never lost anyone, if you've never experienced trauma. But how many stories do you hear over and over and over? That's second, third. How many times are receptionists for incidents? And we don't think about how to service everybody within our organization. And one of the things is that I'm a key believer in abolishing lifestyle pro for juvenile. I started in that field, working with kids, and then down, being able to advocate for that. And we're not talking, and that's all those things. And what I learned from every field that I've worked in, everyone, and we got the principles, the people rock on the index. Have you ever been called? Have you ever been involved? Have you ever been involved? And this is not a blow on foster. This is a blow, this is a community issue. And again, it's easy to talk in background the system, but what are we doing? Have to collaborate, partner together. So again, I do this work with abolishing entry and all that. If you can reunify them, if white people have a part, because in child welfare, we got to work with us. You got to, I don't care what that parent's done. You got to unionize. You got to offer them service. So you think you're going out as a social worker on a case, murder, whatever, and you have to be you can't judge this. And if the judge say order services, you better order services and you can't have life. So think about the land of social child welfare. And I'm not on no pedestal, Lord, there is a thing, but we can't solve it without everybody. Like I said, the butcher, the candlestick maker, everybody needs to be involved. So I got involved because children gave me a heart. If every kid that I had in child welfare, I don't care what a parent is, they call 12 years later. I call the hotline, got your number. Where's my kid? Where is my mom? Where is my kid? And I used to tell parents, what are you going to do? You're going to have a second chance to get life, even if they're going to come looking for you. And those kids taught me, if they can forgive, have a heart for their parents, who am I not to have a heart for those And there was, and that taught me that getting in trouble and finding what they were trying to do with is how to feel that it, I get you. I get not knowing that and I said, and that's what made it happen. It's never know. So again, I'm gonna turn it on over to Bonnie, Pearl, you can share your background and also this work and how does it relate to child welfare. Can everybody hear me? Okay. As I'm so passionate about the free project. And so if you do have clients, and it's not just for those who are going through the system, it's also for those who have kids that have been adopted, kids who have, and they're looking at how, and especially with relatives, how can I become a support? Okay, I know I'm auntie there. I know I'm cousin. How do I not just, disturb it? And I've seen some amazing things when people have come in and they were angry at the system. Now they're working in the system. So the free project, please send clients to that project. And it's a process. And that's what people don't understand with child welfare. It is a process. It is not, it is an experience, but it's a process. And now we have Erica Long and Erica, if you please share about her, a little bit about yourself, and then also about your organization.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Erica Long. I'm an entrepreneur, also the owner of the Long Community Organizing, including family service in all of the surrounding areas of Southern California. And a little backstory about myself. I am the oldest of 11 children. When I was a child, I was put into the foster care system, being worked with CPS or DPS. And unfortunately, due to circumstances, me and my husband were pulled out of the home and we were put into foster care. But we were reunited with our parents after a year. And at that time, like I said, I'm the oldest, so I'm helping my mom with the cleaning and the organizing because that was one of the main factors that CPS came into our life was the circumstances of the home and the condition of the home. So we, like I said, we got back into the home with our parents. And from there, being the oldest, helping my mom with siblings, helping my mom with the house and things like that. At the age of 18, I then moved into my own place. And at that time, my 5 younger sisters were then taken from my mom and placed in foster care. So at that, I fought for them for about 4 years, and I finally got all 5 of my sisters out of the system. And they, at that time, it was difficult. But CPS was helpful, and they did provide services as far as clothing, food vouchers, even for holidays, they gave gift cards and things like that. But the one thing that they didn't offer was the main thing that I needed, transferring from me. At that time, I had 3 children of my own, and transforming my household from 3 husbands to 8, it kind of put my house in the. So the only thing that CPS didn't provide and that I needed was a cleaning support, someone to come and help keep the house together and things like that. So it brought me to, like I said, I am the owner of the Long Community Organizing. And my idea and what I want is to provide that service to families. There are a lot of families, and even with me, the work that I do, there are a lot of families that I run into that need this service. And,
5 more minutes, panels, 5 more minutes.
And with not being able to afford it, they seem to lack in that area. So I wanted to create this service for them and provide this service for a lot of families that need the help. And, that way we get that is one of the items are looking at that type of thing because of home conditions and things like that. It's different, various different reasons why it gets to that point or why homes don't be in the shape that they're supposed to. And a lot of parents get frustrated or they don't have time or maybe it's difficult so to provide that service or start use that. Yeah. If families that have already been, provide that service so that children are.
Thank you. Thank God I had a mom that was really particular about cleaning. And we had a judge, you remember old school Nagby. He was not going to remove it, the house was dirty. So I had tennis shoes. Dollar Tree was my favorite store. And I had a mentor, Diane Brown. She said, no, we ain't picking up. You're going over there, you're going to clean up. And then we had a program with PHN nurses that came in and helped clean up and organize. And I am also cheering for that program to come back, and they would work with the family with cleaning and organizing. And we had faith-based that would come in and paint. So one of the things that I was gonna beg, borrow, and steal and to find services. So the cleaning is a big thing. And a lot of times parents are going through mental health, substance abuse, and just to have a clean house, it just feels so good. So thank you, Erica, and I really hope you guys utilize her services. It does make a difference when your house is organized. And then now we have Jennifer, and Jennifer, you can tap off the goals of the department with family unification. A lot of people don't realize with the department, the goal is never adoption. It is reunifying. It is putting families together. It is permanency. When you hear the word permanency, planned permanency is put them with the kin, either relative or the family. So I'm gonna bust that myth about, okay, they want to break, they did, they don't, but if the goal is to reunify, they have a whole unit called reunification. And that is one of the units that taught me about social. So if you can explain about what reunification is, it's the benefits of fostering that when a child is able to be a yeah. I want to say, and so I in that we received about 5,000 calls to hotline, and then only 2 of those and really only about so that's a very small percentage. It really is majority of them are but and they have the option of based on whatever the are the children using them in the home with the parents provide services, or when they go into out of home care, like that, basically the relatives are spent and then
All right, 1 mark panels, 1 mark, 1 minute mark.
remember that every family is their own expert. That's that engagement, is really part of the support model, but to have them design those, their case plan. Sure, you can have a case plan ordered in court, and it's going to be ideally designed to just meet that process. The department and some of the narratives
always the expert, and they're able to say what type of support they need, and that's different. It's really important that our focus with the workers is really on that engagement and families to reinforce what they're getting, our quality testing, really focuses on that interaction from the time we know that the quality of maintaining that quality and the quality is the number one indicator of just, you know, the contact and that bond. So really important focus for us to work with the family, to reinforce what they're learning and are useful and
All right, breakout session.
When you deny that proclamation and say, oh, we're not gonna, they say, okay, you got it, but then they take it back and say, oh, we'll just give you a certificate. What do you do?
Yeah. Come on.
I'll teach you how to get it.
Come on. This community. Okay, we got, come on, we got 4 more minutes. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, I got a question for the panel here. I have a question for a panel here. What is a, oh, we already said that, huh? I'm trying to think about the long term.
well, just make
How can advocacy efforts sustain over long periods of time?
I can, as also 2014 was like, it feels like yesterday, but it was how many years ago? 10?
Yeah.
Okay, I think the most important thing to remember on all these efforts, right? I think it's not to get discouraged. With advocacy comes with organizing, and with that comes sustainability. I think a lot of the changes we want to see are not going to happen overnight. And I think we have to go into these campaigns and these efforts understanding that, right? Some of these changes are going to take 10 years. There's been some campaigns and some things that took 10 years. Like I started in 2014 and we're barely seeing the results now. And I think that's very important. And with that comes the sustainability of yourselves, your communities, and the people you're working with, right? Because 10 years is a long time, and we cannot allow ourselves to get burned out, because more often than not, that's what happens, right? People burn out because you're going 100% for like 2-3 years, and then people get exhausted and drop out. And we cannot do that, right? Because that's not sustainable for our movement or for our growth, because this change needs everybody to be at 100% in order for us to get to that goal, right? And so I think that's something super important and to acknowledge in whatever advocacy efforts you're doing, is understanding that, hey, this may take 2 to 3 years. That's okay. Take some time to take off, right? Recuperate, take some mental health breaks in there. But it's so important that you're also doing that work, like that healing work alongside your campaign, because it's a long fight, not a short fight, a marathon. So yeah, we're in it for the long term.
That's right. All right, now we got a question.
So just going off of that, like, as you said, no work can be done if we're not okay and if we're not healed or in the process of healing. So just from your personal experience, how do you stay well mentally, emotionally, spiritually, when things get hard, because obviously like this work is never going to be easy. It's always going to feel like an uphill battle. Do you guys seek mental health services yourself? Do you guys go to group therapy sessions or any psychoeducational programs? What do you guys do? How do you guys stay well in this important work?
I gotta ask.
Yeah.
So, I'm in recovery. I've been in recovery. My sobriety date is May 20th, 2011. Since I've been sober, I do practice. I go to at least 2 to 4 meetings a week. I have a sponsor. I sponsor women outside, and I mean my work is my work, and that's a lot of stress as well. But I work out. I pray. Because without God, I'm nothing. And I know that. So I reach out. I reach out to people. I built a recovery support system. There's things I have to do for myself. It's not just advocating. I have a lot of stuff to do for myself inside. So that's like
Okay. They flagged me, said it's 1 minute. I just wanted to say, this is what advocacy is, and this is why we're dealing with you guys started. Okay. Yeah, come on, you know, I fulfill with y'all. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yeah.
Here, remember before 2 years?
Yeah, I do immigration and criminal legal.
Right? Long process, so. But I just think that's being hard.
Yeah, especially if you know what type of referrals they need.
Well, he is, am I right, having friends, and he might need a to get his passport. To get his social security card, he has to go to Homeland Security in order to get that. And he's been detained for 9 months.
Oh, so currently
He's here.
oh, but he's detained.
Yeah, no, not.
Oh, okay, but he was.
Yeah.
Oh,
So he's not able to go.
right.
He's just up in here.
Okay. Yeah, send him over to me and I'll connect. That part's right. You need the embassy, but I don't think it's okay, right? I don't think that
It's
is it in a, yeah, that's usually the problem. So, but so he just needs his basically his ID.
He has an ID and he does have a social security.
when we talk about family unification, this is family unification in the child welfare system. And one of the
Hey,
things.
can we get our vendors to pay attention up here real quick? Specifically on the right-hand side, this is incredibly important. This is the purpose and objective is to report back. So if we can get everybody's attention, I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
And one of the myths with child welfare is that reunification doesn't happen. But that is the number one goal when a child is removed from a home, is to safely and health-wise return that kid to the family. And so one of the things with family unification and its services that they get, and it's a thing that's called reasonable services. And as a social worker, you never want to get unreasonable services. That means you did not put forth the effort to reunify. And people don't realize these cases are reviewed. Once the case is closed, you don't know when the appeal court is going to bring it up. And as a social worker, you are given the responsibility, and you're not even an attorney, but for the rest of the life of that court report, you can be held accountable. You can retire, move to Timbuktu, but if that case is appealed, they're gonna call you, they're gonna find you. So one of the things we talked about and we want to look at change is the court report. And sometimes you may have, as a good example, a parent tells me, I've been using drugs since I was 14. And I'm 30 years old now. Well, as a worker, I'm gonna put chronic user. And then when you get the court report, chronic user, but it's, or has a history, has a pattern. So one of the things that I'm so glad that the Department of Riverside County is working on is the language in the reports. And we're hoping that it'll go strength-based, where you talk about you have a balance. Because one of the things about the report, if a family does not reunify, and it goes into permanency, and permanency is not always adoption, and especially for kids of color, and LGBT, and all those other acronyms that come. Sometimes permanency is you age out of the system. So a lot of times, the only history a kid has is the journal of
you judge the fruit, examine the root issue and the root cause of why that family came to the attention. Also, we looked at resources, communication, and the biggest thing is collaborating. Success in child welfare is not a solo act, and there's confidentiality, so they can't tell you everything. So again, collaborate, and before you judge a system, sit at the table. All you guys are service providers. And one of the things is that kids will come from foster care to reentry, and we want to stop that cycle.
Yep. Great, thank you. Now we have Chantel with the youth. Is this on?
It's on.
Okay.
Hello, some of the challenges that we talked about in the youth section will have to be the youth being heard. So youth need to be heard and be asked what they needed. Another thing is mental health. Mental health is big with our youth because that's what starts creating many different problems. Another barrier was the school districts. It's not enough space for nonprofit to support the youth. That's one thing we talked about. In the after school programs, after 12 years old, is more of the youth they don't have a safe space after school to go to. So we need more activities and different programs to keep them active instead of in the streets or finding different things to keep them occupied. We need more support systems. We need to support the youth and make sure the youth know that they're supported. So they're always reminded that they're supported, but not just reminded, but you're actually there for them and providing them with the resources and actual help to get them to where they need to be.
Amazing. Thank you, Chantel. You're starting to see and hear a common theme, right? Collaboration, stepping up, supporting, funding, resources, budgeting. Where's our board of supervisors in here? We need some more money over here. Where are they at? But youth in the budget, that's right. All right, now we're gonna have Ms. Tanya Torno, who's going to be reporting the funding panel.
Woo! Money matters. We had a very, I would say, engaging conversation around funding. We know that a lot of you are doing a lot of good work and you want to expand those services because you have additional people that are knocking on your door on your waiting list and you just want to get to them. So in our group, we heard from the California Endowment Fund, who I think really just opened the door and emphasized that in the last 10 years, they've really been focused on funding efforts through a place-based initiative. I wrote it down, really focusing on looking at 14 communities that are now stepping into a realm where they're really looking to hear from you on what your needs are. So they encouraged us, all of us, to go to visit their site and to share information about your projects. They want to come out and learn from you and talk about how they can partner. We also heard from County Purchasing Department. Riley James was here, and he also talked about how the county is regularly releasing bid applications that essentially would support a range of services that your agencies provide. Those applications are organized by sector, by topic, and there's a procurement specialist that you can contact to learn more. So we would encourage you to visit the county purchasing website to learn more about that. And then another big initiative which has made big news, you've probably heard about, is through CalAIM. And this is funding through managed care plans that supports individuals who are at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness and have a housing need. As a provider, you can visit the website, whether of a managed care plan, whether that's IEHP, Molina, or Kaiser, and register with them to be a vendor to provide these services. While the funding cannot pay for rental assistance, it can pay for a lot of the case management services that you're providing to link people to housing. So we would strongly encourage you to participate in that. And I'm going to take advantage of this time to say that our homeless continuum of care, you'll hear more from our chair, Karen Roper, later, is actually working with our managed care plans to launch a CalAIM initiative that will better support nonprofits like you to become a successful vendor and have access to this resource. Because one thing we know is, right, there's state funding at risk of being lost to support homelessness. And so we need to look to CalAIM as a resource to meet the gap. So thank you guys, excited to connect.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Tanya Torno. If you want to know more about the Riverside County workforce and housing, reach out to her. So now we're going to actually introduce and invite up our next panel, which is the substance and mental disorder panel. If you guys can come on up, or slightly behind. We've got Rosie Flores. We've got Fidel. Come on down. Anise, our moderator.
And I saw that the right thing about look. I'm changing. All right. Yeah. So y'all can do housing like. Oh, okay. I was at the Riverside. They told me I was.
All right, I think this is everyone. So Anise,
home for about 5 months.
you will be the moderator if you want to introduce yourself and your panel.
Good morning, everybody.
daddy.
My name is Anise Smith. I am a staff attorney at Starting Over Inc. I am also justice impacted. And this topic, mental health, substance use disorder, is something that is very also personal to me. I've been in recovery now for about 10 and a half years. My sobriety date is August 26th, 2013. And I thank God, to stand here today and be sober before all of you. But my journey included multiple treatment centers, outpatient, ultimately going to the Coachella Valley Rescue Mission for a period of time, sober living, back and forth. So it wasn't like a one and done thing for me. It was a process. It took some time, and it really took an extended period of having a good support system, of having the confidence in myself to see better than where I was at that time, and to get on the path that I ultimately got on to be sober today. And so this is an extremely important topic because we hear a lot about substance use disorder, mental health, the umbrella, behavioral health, all of that. And it's an extremely important issue as it impacts reentry and reentry services and everything that we're talking about today. And so I'm going to now sit down. Get my computer back. All right. So our panelists are two fantastic panelists here, and I'll have them introduce themselves as well. So Rosie Flores, behavioral health specialist and certified drug and alcohol counselor, also justice impacted. Welcome, Rosie. All right, and Fidel Chagola. All right, Chagola, organizer with All of Us or None and clinical mental health counselor. All right, so starting with Rosie, would both of you just introduce yourselves, 30 seconds, tell everybody who you are and why this is important to you?
My name is Rosie Flores Bolland. I'm newly married. I work for Riverside County. I'm a mom's counselor for the mom's program in Corona, and I am formerly incarcerated. I used to advocate with Vonia and Starting Over and California Partnership, and I was asked to work for the county. I was offered the job as a peer support specialist to start. It's important to me because I was a ward of the state my whole life. I graduated from foster care to a lot of trauma, to a group home, to living on the streets and being homeless at 11, smoking crack cocaine. And often I went off to YA when I was 12 and got an 8-year sentence and didn't get out till I was 18. And really graduated to being a drug user and eventually learning how to cook it and wound myself up into women's prison. And I've done about 13 years in prison. I've been sober since May 20th, 2011. And it's because of Starting Over that I was able to, and really Vonia, she is my pillar to my recovery. If it wasn't for her, I don't know where I would be, honestly. I mean, she really took her time with me and held my hand and helped me learn how to live life on life's terms and work and advocate and use my story for something good. And oh man, it's so empowering. And that's why I'm here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fidel Chagoya. I'm an organizer for Riverside All of Us or None. So why am I here? Well, I also was a ward of the state. I spent 16 years in the system. And I've had a lot of challenges throughout the process. But I'm exactly where I need to be. And actually, today is my 7th year clean. I just got some friends calling me this morning at probably like, I don't know, 5:30. They're in Colorado, and they told me happy birthday because 2 birthdays we actually have. I go to meetings, we go to meetings for the 7 years I've been clean. Never really actually thought about getting clean because I started using drugs at the age of 13 before I came over to the state. So yeah, that's exactly why I'm here today to talk about mental health.
Thank you both so much. So I'm going to start with a little intro, and then we'll get into some questions. So justice-involved individuals, people who are now or who have spent time in jails, youth correctional facilities, or prisons, are at a higher risk for poor health outcomes, injury, and death than the general public. They face disproportionate risk of trauma, violence, overdose, and suicide. People of color are disproportionately represented in the justice-involved population due to systemic inequities in the criminal justice system, as well as a higher likelihood of incarceration due to mental health issues and the criminalization of substance use disorders. So 3 facts: incarcerated individuals in California jails with an active mental health case rose by 63% over the last decade. 66% of Californians in jails or prisons have moderate or high need for substance use disorder treatment, and overdose is the leading cause of death for people recently released from incarceration. And people in California jails or prisons have a drug overdose death rate more than 3 times that of incarcerated people nationwide. So substance use disorder and mental health are they're areas that have a significant impact on what we're talking about here today. And so I want to ask you, Rosie, about the complexities and interconnectedness of factors such as environment, childhood trauma, and socioeconomic status. As a behavioral health specialist, what has been your experience as to how these factors connect to mental health and substance use as it impacts the reentry community?
So I feel like, childhood trauma, you either heal from it or you cope with it. And if you cope with it, a lot of people cope with it with drugs and alcohol, or crime, or the life, because it's instant gratification. We want to make ourselves feel good, and we try to fill a void. And for anybody who's either coming off the streets and trying to get clean, either they already had a mental illness untreated, right? Or they had substances and they eventually had a mental illness because of the substances. They go hand in hand. And you cannot, I feel like substance use and mental health need to be treated at the same time. So when women come into the clinic, and I'm a mom's counselor for the mom's program, they're angry and they're hurt and they have so much trauma, and they need the encouragement is that we try to get them linked to mental health services, which is right down the hall, just to get an evaluation to see what's going on. Sometimes they just need therapy and they need to work through that trauma and get special interventions like EDMR, and things like that. And then they go to these groups for women, trauma-informed groups, women in trauma healing journey. They learn substance use, relapse prevention I'm the counselor, so I'm the one running the groups. And there's also other people, because I am in the MSW program, so I'm only there half the time right now, it's really important that they get like a whole health, they get put in for everything at the same time. So they're getting relapse prevention strategies, they're learning anger management, they're learning how to cope, or not really cope, but they're learning how to heal from trauma, and they're learning how to live life on life's terms outside of there. How do we do that? We help them build recovery support outside of groups, outside of the clinic. So I'm an advocate for recovery. I've been doing AA and CA since I've been sober, since I've been clean. I haven't, I advocate that with all the ladies that come through. I give them resources, housing, we help with housing. But recovery is an important part. Some people get it through church, but other people get it from meetings and getting a sponsor and working some steps. Because again, it's an inside job, right? It's an inside job and you can have all this stuff on the outside. But if you ain't working on the stuff on the inside, then what are you doing? Because you're always going to be stuck with you. You are running away from you. And I don't know. Did I answer the question?
Well, and thank you. And to tag on to that, Fidel, could you address how do we encourage the reentry population to seek these services if they either feel they're going to be judged or it might be the first time learning about it, so there might be a bit of a stigma, or there could be cultural issues, and people don't feel comfortable, maybe they haven't encountered it before, but how do you approach that?
Okay, I'll answer that right now, but I want to do something really quick. And everybody that's at a table, right? Can one person, can you hear me now?
Yes.
How about now? I wanted to try something, right? Okay, so everybody that's at a table, can I have one person stand up if you're sitting at a table of 5? Just one person stand up. Everybody at a table? No, whoever's at a table, one person stand up. Okay, so look, there's over 43 million people living with mental illness, right? That's 1 in 5 people. That's why I said stand up. Okay, you can sit down. That was just to give you an idea of how many people could have a mental illness. And think about the people that we're working with, right? The complexities, right? You mentioned the complexities, the genetics, environment, and trauma, right? The thing about it is, from working with people, you have to understand those things, because if you can't have empathy for people that come from different backgrounds, then how can you assist them? How can you better help them? And how can you better understand them? A lot of the times they have what they call a genogram, right? And what that does, right, that lets you go back 3 generations, right? 3 generations of your family. So when you're going back 3 generations, you might have incarceration, you might have substance use disorder, you might have mental illnesses. So if you can't understand that about someone you're working with, right, it's going to be very hard for you to be able to assist them, because you have to, when everybody thinks like, oh, wow, how come you can't just be like this person? How come you can't just do it like this person? It's not one size fits all.
Right.
Every individual has their unique personality, and every individual has their experiences, whether they're traumatic events, whether they have support systems, environmental factors, what's their living conditions. So there's multiple things interconnected when you're thinking about assisting people. And you have to really be able to understand that in order for you to truly help them. And having that empathy is what's going to help you gain rapport with the person, so that way you can help them be able to identify how they can solve their own problems. Because the thing about it is, a lot of the times, they've just never been exposed to certain things in their communities, because they've been discriminated against, the systemic issues that affect them still. A perfect example for a systemic issue. Okay, so I'm at the University of Redlands, right? In order for me to get into the University of Redlands in the program I'm in, I had to get 7 letters of recommendations. I had to do a background check in higher education. I've never heard that before, but I had to go through those things, right? And then just for me to start my practicum at certain locations, I had to be put on hold, because they had to find places that were going to be willing to give me a chance. Now that is the systemic issues. Now take in mind, my felonies are from 20-some years ago. I've been out of prison already 14 years. I got a certificate of rehabilitation from San Bernardino just recently. The thing is, in Riverside, I got denied for SB 731, which is the automatic expungement. Now, those are the systemic issues that exist for our folks while we access education, while we stay out 14, 15 years, while we do all these different things that we're heard and told to do, right? And we're still facing these barriers systemically.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So then, speaking of barriers, Rosie, what are some of the most significant challenges you faced in addressing the behavioral health needs of individuals reentering society after incarceration?
Housing. Housing is like the biggest one. For me, when I got out of prison, I stayed out and I didn't stay clean. I was in and out of treatment centers. And when I finally went to my last treatment center with my son, who was 4 at the time, I moved in to starting over and I stayed there for a year. But during that time, I couldn't get a job because I couldn't get childcare. I have a couple of manufacturings on my record. They're from 24 years ago. I gave back my number in 2005 and I still face barriers. So I couldn't work, I couldn't get childcare, I couldn't get CalFresh, CalWorks, and which is why we pushed SB 1029 and we lifted the lifetime ban. I spoke on the Senate floor. I told my story with my son and they lifted it. They passed the bill. And that's just a couple of barriers, but today I go to CBU, Cal Baptist University. and in a couple of weeks, I'll be graduating with my MSW. Yeah. So right now, although I work for the county, I've been with the county for almost 10 years. It doesn't matter. I still have to get everybody to do letters of recommendations for me because I'm going to apply for my ASCSW. I can't get it because of my felonies. I have manufacturings on my record, which cannot be expunged. I did my life scan. They're going to come up. I mean, I have like a 50-foot record. I mean, I've been in and out of jails and institutions. I mean, my whole life I've been, it's been crazy for me and that's okay. That's who I am today. But the barrier is how do we get rid of our records and wipe them? So after 20 years, I mean, come on now, right? What do I still have to continue to explain myself, right? That I've changed and I'm rehabilitated. And that's a big issue. So we got that. We have the housing. We have people who don't want to even rent you an apartment if you have some certain things on your record, right? You can't get, there's certain things you can't get, and depending on what your charges are, right? There's so many barriers. And then you have people who look at you, the stigma is insane. Still, it doesn't matter that I'm a county employer, that I'm an MSW student, I still get looked down upon, right? It's still there. So.
Excellent. Okay, I say the challenges and the barriers, right? We got AB 1008 passed, right? Which was ban the box, which employers are not allowed to ask on job applications. Have you ever been convicted of felony? Well, it's still there. They're still asking. So if you want to talk about the barriers, those are still the barriers that we face. Prop 17, free the vote. People that have records are allowed to vote on probation and parole. However, we can't vote at the county jail. So those are the barriers. Like I just mentioned about accessing higher education. You figure I'm accessing higher education and I'm still being asked for my rap sheet. I'm still having to go through these extra steps just to get where I want to be. Those are the barriers. Employment, it's challenging. Housing, we get, we have goals. We get things passed in Riverside and San Bernardino. So then that way we could get crime-free multi-housing removed, right? But private agencies are still allowed to ask or to exclude people living with records. Those are the barriers. Those are the systemic issues. So we need to stop having these conversations and start making commitments and action. Because we've had conversations over conversations over conversations over conversations. We're not going anywhere. We're still here. And we're still to advocate. We're still going to continue to talk about these challenges and barriers.
because we're the ones facing them.
Awesome, thank you for that. We're actually going to transition to 1 or 2 audience questions. So if you have a question, lift your hand up and we can ask these panels. Otherwise, we'll keep moving forward. Any questions? I'm sure, again, we're preaching to the choir. If you've heard this common theme, raise your hand. Let's get a visual. What does this look like here? Oh, only 2 people have heard about this? Then why are we having a conference? Question in the back. Question in the back. All right, Kimberly's on her way to ask that question. Might have to turn it on.
Hello. Okay, my name's Ashley. I have a question for you in the green shirt. What is the challenges you went through to get through college and the barriers that you have to face since you've been out of prison and all the challenges that your professors put you through and things like that?
I'm going to give it to Cal Baptist University and the social work program because I think that they have empowered me. They have encouraged me to speak up in classes. I have never been ashamed, not one time, to use my position, my history, my former, being incarcerated. I've never felt like I needed to not say anything about it. Have I been the only one in the room that faced it? Yes. But did I use it to the best of my ability? Because I got A+. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not one to. I'm not ashamed of my past. My past is who I am today. This is why I want to be a social worker. But the challenges were many. Being a single parent at the time, being on welfare, not having a car, taking the bus, trying to get a job and I couldn't. I was cleaning houses. For a long time, I was cleaning houses. I was an advocate for California Partnership, only working 25 hours a month, not having any money. There's so many. Couldn't get food stamps for myself. It was a struggle. And I had to humble myself and I had to ask for help. And whatever the challenges are, you have to know that you're not alone. And I want to say that starting over, Ivonia, man, she was there. She helped me with my hygiene. You know what I mean? She helped me get clothes. I came in with nothing, but me and my son only had the clothes on our backs. We didn't have anything, And she helped me from the very bottom, and she carried me. There were times where she carried me, and she helped me be empowered. And I will always be forever grateful to her.
Thank you.
And starting over.
Sorry. Is there any other questions? One last question. So we got one to the right here, Kimberly. Thank you for lifting that up, Rosie. Back to that social support.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dieter Crawford. This question is for Anise. Just want to ask about the CARE Act, the court-mandated mental health treatment program that was signed into law by the governor a couple years ago, and how that rollout is going here in Riverside County.
Well, as far as I know, so I know that started, if you're talking about the, it's the collaborative court. What's it called again? Sorry, it's escaping me. Well, it's CARE Court, but anyway, so I understand that has started. I was at a meeting recently and they were talking about Riverside was one of the pilot counties that did originally start that. Now, I am not aware, and I have not had any of my personal clients who have gone through that yet, so I can't speak to exactly at what rate or what pace that's occurring, how many clients they're taking, and how to get in. I can't speak to all of that, but I know that I was interested as to how. Sorry?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay, forgive me. As to how that would roll out, because there were some questions about, and it kind of ties to something I wanted to ask you all as it concerns mandated treatments. Forcing people to go to treatment, requiring people to go to treatment as opposed to voluntarily allowing people to go to treatment. And so I will say that issue, I think, continues now, with the passage of Proposition 1 as well. We're really looking at these issues because I think that as the issues increase, as it concerns substance use disorder and homelessness, and the numbers continue to go up and people ask the questions, how do we address this? How do we get people the help that they need if they feel that they're not accepting the help and you're not at that point? I can only speak for myself when I say that when I got the help that I needed, it was when I was ready. I could not have been forced to do it. Someone couldn't have told me, listen, this is your time now. You're going to get sober. You have to do it. And so I only bring that up because I can't really speak to, because I haven't been involved with it, specifically what is happening with Care Court. But I can say that I would be interested to know how that is developing and unfolding, because it is something that we have to talk about as a community of care, as those of us working in this area, when we approach a subject such as forcing people to go into treatment as opposed to a more therapeutic opportunity to make the choice, and what will be the outcomes of that? Can that be successful, and does it have a long-term impact, or does it just result in going right back to where we started because it was forced? So I'm sorry I can't answer your question better, Dieter, but that's my thought on it.
Awesome. All right. Another question? All right.
My name is Trinell Jackson. I'm from New Leaf Reentry Services and Transitional Housing. And this question goes to, and I am formerly incarcerated. Is it Miss Anise?
Yes, sir.
Did you say you were a lawyer?
I did.
So I think this needs to be touched on, right? Like, I know a couple people in this space who are either formerly impacted, who's been through treatment, who has now recovered, and they are now lawyers. And it goes to show that if we have the right systems and the right people in place, that anything is possible.
Yeah.
So I want to know, what was your biggest challenges? Your biggest challenge after getting sober, to realize, you know, the career that you're in or your goals that you had met?
Wow, thank you for that question. Well, I remember, so when I used to work at the rescue mission with Tanya and we were out there, we were doing outreach, we were doing all the things, trying to help as many people as we can. And I remember during those years, I would encounter so many people that were experiencing legal issues and I could not help them. And I also did not know who to refer them to. These things would keep coming up and I'd say, man, I wish there were more, you know, attorneys or people who could help out in the Coachella Valley, which is where I live. And so it was at that point, I was 2 years sober, and I thought to myself, you know, they'll probably never license me to practice law because of my criminal background, but I thought at least I could go to law school. And, you know, again, not knowing, you know, I didn't know any attorneys, you know, who had criminal backgrounds or, you know, who were in recovery. It's kind of just me out there. So I found a part-time night school in Indio, California, the California Desert Trial Academy. And wouldn't you know it, they accepted me. And I was very open and honest about where I'd been, what my experience was, and how I got there. And they welcomed me there. And so I started that journey of 4 years of part-time night school. And it was very interesting because it was during that time that my sponsor said to me, you know, and I was telling her, because it's kind of negative self-talk, like, well, you know, they would never license me, but at least I'll have a JD. And she said, you know, that's not true. I said, really? She said, yeah, I heard there's a guy who's here in the program. You know, he had prison time and the rest, and he went on to become an attorney. And mind you, I'd never met him, but just by virtue of hearing a story of someone who had made it, I said, well, maybe I can make it too. And so I went on, the rest is history. You know, I was a valedictorian of my graduating year. And I don't say that, thank you. I don't say that to brag, but I say that to say that we can do anything. We can get our mind right. I did not think I could put two brain cells together to get through this program. And yet and still I had to work a little harder. I had to reread my things, you know, my notes a couple of times, and I still pushed through. So now working in this space, we have so many issues now, and the law is changing so quickly where we need advocates and we need more people who are in the legal space because it's very particular to come and advocate on behalf of us. So I will say, interestingly enough, and it's just the way that God works, that my background has not been an impediment to me. I am very honest about where I come from. When I go to spaces, when I work with people, when I go to, I am very honest about my background and my experience and what motivates me. And the only thing that has done has made it so that I can enter a space in the most authentic way. People say, oh, okay, you know, she knows a little something about what she's talking about. So as far as whatever the barriers were, it took some time. I did have to expunge my record. There were a lot of things I had to do, but those were just the steps. Those were just the steps. You know, actions happened, consequences took place, but doing the right thing and staying sober one day at a time, ultimately, I got to where I was able to get to with the support of my community. And I did not do it by myself.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you for sharing and lifting that up. All right, everybody give them a warm welcome. Courageous. Thank you, Anise. Thank you, Fidel. Thank you, Rosie. If I can get the next panel up here, the discrimination panel. No. We're gonna lift up to destigmatize discrimination and mystify it and humble ourselves and do our internal work and not project on others. I'm not a part of the panel. Slow down.
She had to get there late.
All right, everybody, welcome our next panel, Breaking Reentry Discrimination and Stigma. We have Dr. Charles Lee Johnson, who will be our moderator, and we'll introduce everyone else.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. All right, we're almost at that place afternoon. Let's start off this way. I know we've been sitting for a second. Let's all stand if we can. And if you can find 3 people around you, folk who are not at your table, give them a hug and tell them, I'm glad you're here and thank you for what you do. Come on, let's do that. All right.
I know, and I stored that bag, ooh, under the table. That was nice. You see that green bag? My sister like, I did. Yeah.
All right, really good, really good, really good. We're gonna have more time to connect. It's good to see you. We're gonna have more time to connect afterwards. But you're in a room that is full of power. Everybody yell out power. Everybody yell out power. You're in a room that's full of power. And there was a time when you were discussing topics like reentry. You couldn't get folks to come in the room because folks didn't want to identify on that side of social problems. And you look today, it's standing room only. Can we give an applause for everyone here? Yeah, that's good stuff. I want to get right into the content of our panel, which is going to be focusing on stigma and discrimination. Let me formally introduce myself and then introduce the panel. I am Dr. Charles Lee Johnson. I am the Associate Dean for the Division of Social Work at California Baptist University. Also, I appreciate that. The proud pastor of the Life Church, which is in Riverside, so excited to serve in that way. And the recent author of a wonderful book called Healing Conversations on Race. And so very excited that we've been able to share that and put that out there as well. But that's not where my story began. I want to share where my story began. So I was born and raised in South Central Los Angeles, born to a single mother who was a great woman. My father was a great man, but my father was addicted to alcohol, later on to heroin and to crack cocaine. So for most of my years, I grew up as the son. That was the identification of a man who was addicted to crack. I lived on 46 and Butlong. If anybody knows where Los Angeles is, that's my neighborhood that I grew up in. And so in that neighborhood, oftentimes as I was riding to school, I would see my father on the end of the block popping a needle in his behind because he couldn't find the vein in his arms. And that was my dad that I was associated with. When he wasn't using, he was a great man. When he was using, he was a very abusive man. And so I grew up watching my father beat my mother up, sometimes busting her nose, busting her lips, that kind of thing, but very young, not really able to do anything about it. My dad, for me, was my hero, even with the abusive patterns that he had with my mother. I'm sharing this for a reason of how we go here. My mom looked to get away from my father because my father cracked a bottle across her forehead. In fact, if you are guys were to meet my mother, she has a scar over her eye from my father's abuse. And so my mother said, we're going to get away. We end up sleeping in a car for a little bit, but she got us into a place of our own. And we moved into that spot. And she said, if your father finds out where we're staying, I'm going to kill your father. And I remember looking at my mom like, you ain't really going to kill my daddy. But my mom was one of those real hood mamas. She was like, no, I'm going to kill him. Right? My mother was true to what she was saying. And so we got in a one-way in, one-way out apartment on 46th Street. And as we got into that apartment, my father, after months, found out where we were. Kicked down the door. Long story short, my mom, true to her promise, ran to the kitchen. She ended up stabbing my father in the corner of his face with a knife. My dad ended up reaching behind him, pulling out his gun, putting it to my mother's head. I was 5 years old in that apartment, and this was my orientation. That day, my mother actually beat my father up. She took the gun out of his hand, turned it backwards, beat my father. The last time I saw him, teeth were falling out of his mouth. There was a blood stain, but there were no officers. There were no social workers. There were no helpers. It was just a blood stain. I walked over to go to school every day. From that point on, I was scared of my mother. My mother had a habit of picking men that were not the greatest men. And so that led me to being molested for 4 years, abused for 4 years, and later on being stabbed twice in the neighborhood of where I was. I ended up in a place that I should not have been. So at 17 years old, facing 10 years of incarceration. And I remember sitting there and thinking this wasn't supposed to be my life. But I was where I was because there was a whole lot of stuff that went wrong that was not my fault. Wow, that's deep. Can you just touch somebody at your table and tell them that's deep? Yeah, that's deep. I was sitting there because there were some adults who couldn't make good decisions. They landed me where I was, but I was in a place also where I could not blame them. I was going to have to do something myself. I was very fortunate. I got caught with a gun at Dorsey High School. That's what landed me in being incarcerated. It wasn't my gun, it was somebody else's gun, but I was caught with it. And so I was fortunate. I didn't want to snitch because I thought if I came back home too quick, then the homeboys gonna know exactly what went down. So I'm sitting for something that I shouldn't even be sitting for. But I found myself praying while I was incarcerated. And that prayer ended me in a place where a lot of folks of different colors, different backgrounds came and stood for me. I got out on probation. I graduated still from school. I had to petition to do a lot. I went off to a school in Atlanta, Georgia called Morehouse College, did 4 years there. Went to UCLA, got a master's in social work and public policy, and then later a doctorate there. Worked in the White House for 2 years and a number of other things of being able to serve. I share my story with us because this is what this panel is about, is that sometimes you go through crazy situations, but what you go through does not define what you're going to. Amen. Yeah. All right. So we want to kind of wrap in conversation in that area that there are things that people go through, but it doesn't mean that that is my final destination. Can you look at somebody at your table and tell them it's just one chapter? Just one chapter. Look at them again and tell them it's a long book. Okay, so here's the reality. It's one chapter. It's a long book. That is a chapter of my life. Thank goodness it was not the final ordination of my life. And so we share it in this way. The unfortunate thing of America is that we make people guilty forever. Yeah. All right, I know the patriots are in the room. We make people guilty forever. Yes. Which means if there's one thing that goes wrong, you can never be seen outside of your circumstance, right? So stigma, if we're going to define it today, then would be an oppressive ideology. I want to challenge us for that. Not of an individual, but an infection of the society that sees justice as retributive instead of restorative. All right? That's a good definition to write down. That it's an issue in the mind of people who have the privilege of not being in the situation of somebody else. Right? Look at your neighbor, tell them you might be infected. Yeah, you're looking a little sick, amen. You might be infected, right? So the reality is that many times we are wrapped in a mindset that pushes us to look down on other people because I'm not in your situation. I think my situation is better than yours. So now it allows me to put a stench on you that seems to track with you everywhere that you go. And that, my friends, is oppression. That is oppression. So we must define stigma for what it is. It's an oppressive ideology, and discrimination is the weapon that is used in order to wield stigma. That's too deep, huh? All right, my bad. It's too early in the morning. All right. So what we want to do is we want to engage in how do we dismantle the nastiness of stigma. If I'm struggling with my mental health and this is an issue for you, it's your issue, not mine. If I have been just as impacted and involved and you got an issue with it, it's your issue, it's not mine. Look at somebody at your table, tell them, get over your issues. Yeah. That's what this conference is about. The problem is not the person who's been just as impacted. The problem is with the society who doesn't know how to receive their brother or sister back. Yeah. All right. We got a distinguished panel that is here in order to guide us into incredible waters. I have to my immediate right, I'm going to introduce them and then we're going to hop right into the questions. I've got my brother from another mother. This brother's been with me in ministry. When he came to me, there was a lot of brokenness that was around his life. He was sitting in the chairs in the back of the church. He just kind of wandered in there. I had no idea what his story was. Yeah, I didn't know what that brother was doing. All right. As I got to know his story, I said, man, and I think he thought, if you know my story, am I still going to be able to show up here? Because there's a lot of churches that are crowded with empty people. I ain't going to deal with that today, but we've been walking through this journey together. He's going to share his journey. Can y'all put your hands together for Mr. Demetrius Lewis? To his immediate right, this wonderful young lady, man, I can't tell you, she's a sister from another mister. I love her. I'm grateful to work alongside her. She's the MSW program director at California Baptist University. She has worked through the ranks from child services in San Bernardino all the way to where she is right now. This is Dr. Lisa Ariano. To her immediate right is the proud and incredible former trainer in children's services. And I was glad to nab her up as she was working on her doctorate degree. She is now the BSW program director at California Baptist University, Dr. Christina Gordon. You gotta have long money in order to be able to book this next young lady. But I got long pockets, and I called her and I said, you gotta show up. She is the dean at California Baptist University of the College of Behavioral Social Sciences, overseeing a massive budget and program. CBU is the 7th fastest growing nation in the university, 13,000 students, and she leads the fastest growing college within that university, Dr. Jacqueline Gustafson. I'm the only brother on this stage with a head shinier than mine. My guy, I love this brother. He is currently working on a doctorate degree, and his doctorate degree will be on in the area of smart decarceration. How do we decarcerate with a biblical justice lens? Pretty incredible of the work that this brother is doing, Professor Emilio Bermejo. He's actually leading a group of students in about a month to the Philippines. He'll be taking them there, and an incredible job that's there. Let's hop right on in. Demetrius, my brother, can you share with us just your story and the stigma that you've had to deal with, the kind of oppressive framework in other people's minds as you were navigating to the places that you're going to reach?
Good morning, everybody. During my journey, first, I was incarcerated. So, yes, I've been incarcerated. And so people, oh, sorry, thank you, sir. I've been incarcerated, so you might look like, okay, he's been in prison. I was in the military too. So I'm a veteran. So that too. Been to college too. I wouldn't say that made me educated, but I've been to college. But if I just say I was incarcerated, you're just gonna look at me like, oh, he's a felon. So I'm a felon. But I'm a retired vet too. I have my bachelor's degree, working on my master's. But a lot of people will focus on me being incarcerated. How did that happen? I had an alcohol problem. And I say had because I don't have that problem no more. And when you clap that I don't have that problem no more, you're not clapping me. You're clapping because of the grace of God. That's who delivered me from that problem. Dealing with the stigma, before I dealt with the stigma, I had to deal with the reality. There was a lot of blessings on the way. May 23rd, 2018, I was actually working, after I retired from the military, I was working for the federal government, trying to work on a second retirement. I was in Northern California, out drinking with a family member, watching basketball. On the way back to my hotel was the crash that took a young lady's life. A lot of that night I don't remember. I remember waking up in handcuffs at a hospital. I was on a blackout list, but a blackout list is only for the flesh because God has his ways. Nobody in my family knew where I was, but check what happened. I asked the officer if I could use the restroom. He said, okay, yeah. Handcuffed me from the bed, shackled me up, walked me to the restroom. Turned the corner and see my dad. And my dad looked, he's like, who is that? I said, that's my dad. He's like, how does he know you're here? I said, I don't know. I've been in shackles all the time. How am I supposed to know? I thought that was a stupid question, but I didn't tell him that. But that just shows you how God works. Finally got to the county jail after 2 days in the hospital. I was in the county jail maybe not even 12 hours. As soon as I got to the phone, I called my brother. I guess I called my brother when the accident happened. He said, don't worry, everything's being taken care of. God is working in the background, I didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Finally got out of my injuries. I was in there maybe 2 hours. And when I first got there, the officer seen I was military. He said, you're going to be here for a while. You might want to get some books. Couldn't do no reading. All I had playing in my head was Mississippi Mass Choir, Having You There. That song playing in my head, playing in my head, playing in my head. 2 hours later, the officer came and said, your attorney's here. My attorney, Mr. Key stated, was a blessing from God. He came, he says, we don't know what happened. They messed up on your bail or something. Your bail is only $80,000. We're going to wait for your arraignment to bail you out, but we're getting you out right now. So after I talked to him, when I got out, he called me and he let me know the truth. Truth does two things. First thing it does, it hurts. But then it sets you free. He told me this is not about you being guilty or innocent. I said, sir, I did it. He said, this is a sentencing case. That's when my reentry started. When I found out it was a sentencing case. As far as the stigma of me getting out, I could not put that expectations on the people from the outside before I put it on myself. Because at first, all I was thinking is, I'm a felon. I'll never get a job. I won't be able to do that. I was already putting those self-disbeliefs on myself. So I had to change that. God's still always working. I got on a bill. I was in Sacramento, caught a flight. My wife at the time picked me up. She said, where do you need to go? Tell the truth, I went to Corona Community Church. Church is let out and I barely missed you. So, and because something said go to church. The next morning, I was like, I didn't know what to do, but I heard of AA before. So I'm Googling it. And I found the Serenity Club in Corona, California, the umbrella group, who's my home group right now. All right, so wrap it up. So after I did all that and come in, I got incarcerated too. While I was incarcerated, yes, the stigma was there upon entry. I started getting all these questions. Why are you here? You're different from everybody else. Why are you here? So that lets me know upon meeting people, they're going to think a certain way from me. So I have to change that. Then I had to use the resources that God provided me. I got in touch with my pastor at the Life Church, Mr. Pastor Charles, who has blessed me. He was there for my family, with me the whole time. He motivated me, letting me know, no, I'm not a felon, I'm a child of God. No, I'm not a retired military member, I'm a child of God. And with that, I can still do great things, and I have that belief in my heart. And it's something I get quick.
Come on, let's give a hand one more time, man. That's an amazing story. It's his first time sharing that out public. I think most of the people that he sit on the road next to in church, they don't even know, what the story is. But we're gonna tell them because it's live on YouTube right now. My brother shared about family, and so I want to, ask Dr. Ariano. You've got this very distinguished degree, distinguished position. You've worked in all these high places, always well put together. One time I saw you out in sweat, so you wasn't well put together. But you're always well put together. Tell me about family and stigma when there are things around reentry or just things happening in the family. How does that affect the family for those who are impacted but not necessarily incarcerated?
Yeah, so thank you for asking that question. I am the loved one of 3 very close people to me that are justice involved, and that is my husband and my 2 brothers that have, done time. And so I want to share, a conversation that I had with my family on Christmas. And we were standing around, we always get together. I have a large family, I'm the youngest of 6. And so, to have 2 of my brothers be justice involved, they were kind of in and out of my life growing up. And then, just had a lot of difficulties when they were released from prison to get jobs, to just integrate well into society. And so I watched them really struggle with discrimination in terms of jobs that they would go for. So a lot of times, people that have criminal records get low paying jobs, right? Minimum paying jobs in like fast food, in janitorial jobs that were maybe well below their skill set, but that was the only job that they could have. And I remember growing up having conversations with my brothers as they were trying to, get jobs as they would be in and out of prison, and just feeling like that was the only thing that they could do because of their records. And I remember my brother, they both had drug charges. And so I remember one time my brother just out of frustration saying like, it's so embarrassing to work in fast food when I could be making like thousands of dollars outside on the street, but it was so important to him to have a legitimate job and not go back out on the streets. And watching him go through that was painful as a family member. So I'm gonna share this conversation that I mentioned around Christmas time. We were standing around making tamales, so we make tamales every Christmas. And yes, my brothers help. They stand around and they put little aprons on, so it's not above them. They cook as well. And so we're sitting around, chopping it up. And one of my brothers says, I want to announce that today it's been 12 years since I've been out of prison. And we were like, wow, that's so awesome! Like, congratulations. And then my other brother was like, yeah, today or like last month, it's been 8 years since I've been out of prison. And then my husband, chimes in and he has, a record and he's like, it's been 17 years since I've been out of prison. And it just brought, such just joy to my heart to see them overcome many of the barriers that you guys are sharing today. But one of the conversations that we had was like, well, what can you attribute your success to? And the main thing that they said was family support. People mentioned housing as an issue when they, were out of prison. They were able to stay with family members. Employment certainly is a barrier, and even though they had to get low-paying jobs, they ended up working their way through to vocational opportunities. And so I just want to say, don't forget the family members that love you and that care for you, those that are justice involved, because we've watched you through your journey. And I want to encourage you too to have healing conversations about how your journey has impacted them, because we know, I was in the panel earlier about family reunification, and it's like those relationships and those dynamics are severed when you're away for so long, and it's important to have those conversations when you come back about how it impacted them so that you can begin that healing journey, because we're here to support our family members. We love you guys, we care about you, and we want to see you succeed. And from what, my 2 brothers and husband shared, family support was key to their success for staying out for so long.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Thank you for that. I think we're going to keep going right down the line. So Dr. Christina Gordon, you and I have had a lot of conversations about the power of education, and particularly what education can do in order to overcome stigma. So stigma is really wrapped in ignorance, and it's social ignorance. Nothing is worse than being ignorant. It costs a lot, right? You think education is expensive, try ignorance. The power of education and how education can be used in order to overcome stigma and discrimination.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me. I think today has just been so impressive. I've just been so moved by all of your testimonies that I've heard today, because the testimonies today have just been so powerful of showing how the power of education is to overcome the stigma, right? So many of you have shared your JDs, your master's degree, your bachelor's degree, of showing how powerful education can be of overcoming the stigmas and the discrimination that you guys have faced, right? Of being just as involved. I think that it's just so important to show that not only have you overcome the stigmas after being incarcerated, but I also want to talk about how we can, as service providers and educators, we need to start also looking at how we can start moving that towards before, right? How we can start working towards moving the pendulum to before. How, you know, we are seeing a rise in education programs before, like during incarceration. We have Cal States, we have UC starting to do programs while people are incarcerated. We have talked about starting to do that with CBU and starting to maybe do that in the future. And so I want to encourage you all, if you have that idea, you know, come to us. We want to start doing that. And I think that we want to start breaking that stigma of providing that power, providing that education for those that, you know, if you feel like there's no value, right? If those that are incarcerated, if they lose that value, they have no credibility, they feel like they have no credibility, education really is that power. The knowledge is the power, right? To get through those barriers, to get through that stigma, so that they come out knowing that they have value, that they have credibility to break through those barriers, to break through those stigmas, and to provide and create those amazing programs that I'm seeing here, right?
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. I know that we're moving quickly through time. We want to make sure that we have questions and comments from the audience. And so you look like you're ready. You look like you already know what question I'm going to ask you. That's my boss, but I'm about to throw you off right now, okay? So listen, when I think about how do you stand if you're not just as involved, if you're not a person that's going through, many times people can't stand on the issue if it's not their issue, right? You and I, we talked about this a lot before. How do you stand as an ally? How do you stand in solidarity with others when it's not your issue, but you're watching somebody else go through?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not just as involved, I'm not just as impacted. I don't have close family members who are. So I think how stigma could impact me is I could look at others who are just as involved or just as impacted and say, that's not my problem, or this doesn't impact me. Those aren't my people. But that would be a lie. That wouldn't be true, because what impacts one of us impacts all of us.
Yeah, it does.
And I'm looking at a room and my brothers and sisters up here on this panel, and the ways in which they have been impacted, that matters to them, and so that matters to me. So when I think of my place in this conversation, I would say, as an ally, I need to examine my role in not just being kind and caring and compassionate, but how can I leverage and use my influence and spaces of influence in order to have a positive impact. So working in an educational setting and having purview over programs in the helping professions, there's questions that we need to ask around, what are policies, right? We heard from an incredible panelist just a bit ago that talked about, having to submit extra paperwork and 7 letters of reference, and right? Well, he didn't necessarily have a lot of power or agency in being able to impact that system, but I might sit in a place where I can say, let's take a look at that, right? Is that creating a systemic barrier for this individual that wants to better himself and pursue education in a way that's really not necessary? We don't need to do that, right? Or can we look at the curriculum that we're delivering and saying, has our curriculum thoughtfully involved the voices of those that have lived through these experiences and need to inform the work that we're doing. How are we connecting with field partners and training sites in an equitable and just way around these topics? So I would just leave you with this notion that what impacts one of us impacts all of us. And if we really want to walk the talk of being a neighbor, it is our business, and we do need to be involved regardless of the way we've been personally touched or not.
Love it, love it, love it. Roger, your head is shining over there. And in this week that is also known as Holy Week, we think about the absence in many ways of the church in this space. It's interesting because the majority of the Bible is written by folks who were just as involved, right? Moses killed a man, was just as involved. Noah was drunk and was given a sentence in and of himself. Jesus was a felon and ultimately was murdered on death row. Paul wrote the majority of his letters incarcerated. How is it that the church could be absent when the majority of the folks who are proponents of faith were actually incarcerated?
It is a good time to have a reentry conference on Holy Week. Because stigma means the branding or marking of a person. And it's the singular of stigmata, symbolically meaning the scars, the holy scars of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So we know, at least from as community believers, that scars can be redeemed. Okay. Thing here is the church, I think, has forgotten its redemptive story, its redemptive identity. And so the church primarily, especially the white evangelical church, has been the strongest voices of a retributive form of justice. And I think it's a time of reckoning, actually.
Wow.
And so yesterday I attended a book club. And so I'm a professor, so I like to share textbooks. You gotta read Until We Reckon: Violence, Mass Incarceration, and Road to Repair by Daniel Surratt. And I asked her yesterday, why do we have such a hard time with reckoning in this country? And why do Christians especially have a hard time with reckoning? She said a couple things. One, we have a problem saying I'm sorry.
Wow.
So this idea of reckoning first starts off with an acknowledgement and really a confession. Never underestimate the power and the potential impact of saying I'm sorry.
Wow.
And so it's interesting because we expect that for people that have committed a crime, that are involved in the justice system. We want to hold them accountable. I think it's time for the church to do the same thing, to look at themselves, to hold ourselves accountable for the things that we have done and not done. And then the other thing that she said is we have a hard time with grace, so we don't understand grace. So I love the whole thing of starting over. I think we believe in a God who believes and actually can realize first, second, third, fourth chances. Doesn't matter. So the thing I'm working on right now in my doctoral program is to really kind of try to engage social workers to work with the local churches. So at CBU, we're trying to raise up not only excellent social workers, but we want social workers that's going to be leaders in their church, their local communities of faith, and then be able to lead the church in these social justice issues. The church is suffering a hard time right now because of de-churching. I've heard that, right? Where there's less and less people are going to church, and there is this secularization of our society. Well, I kind of look at it as reduction. If you're a chef or a cook, right? Kind of have to boil it down, and then when you boil it down, you get to the most concentrated. I think the most concentrated, the most passionate, the most committed part of the church is going to be find themselves dead center on issues like this.
Wow. Wow. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. All that talk of boiling down made me hungry, my brother. All right. At this time, we want to open up, and I got. Look at you. I'm so glad to see you. Good to see you, man. It's been a long time. You got the first question. You know what? I feel like I want to come down. Let me come down off the stage and walk the mic over to you. Let's grab a couple of questions for our panel. While I'm making the way over for those who do have questions, if y'all wouldn't mind, could you just celebrate with an applause those on the panel for amazing conversation, discussion, engagement. Thank y'all for being brave around that. You owe me a hug a little bit later.
Just wanted to ask you.
Oh, did me.
To get into Caltech, because I remember my best friend went there, and she had to go through a lot of stuff to get in that college.
Well, you have the directors here, so talk to them about admission. You can find a way.
That's why I'm asking, can you guys elaborate on that, please?
Please.
Listen, go ahead.
Here's the name of the books. Actually, I'll add a second book, Until We Reckon by Daniel Sered. Sered. And then I want to mention another book that Dr. Lee Johnson required reading for faculty. It's Reimagining Incarceration by Damien Dubois-Gilliard.
And I think there was going to be one response on the admission requirements.
Absolutely. So we welcome applications. And I want to share with you an important conversation that I've been involved in related to our application process over this last year. There was actually some work to remove the interview as part of the application process, because that was considered as something that was a potential barrier. It was another step. And my input on that was that I had a concern that if we removed the barrier, or we removed the interview, excuse me, that we were actually removing the opportunity for folks to be able to tell their story. And I don't believe that an individual is just what is reflected on the paper or the boxes that they're checking, but we need to have an opportunity to be able to be with them and understand what their story is and how they have found themselves now at a place where they want to pursue their education. So that's a piece that we've kept in our process in the particular college that I represent.
Yeah, reapply. I'm in a position of power there, so I can tell you. I hired a very distinguished group of people who work for me. I'm committed to that, and I'm committed to making sure that at CBU, there's diverse voices and representation that's there. That's my job.
My question is more for Mr. Emilio. How would you connect with or motivate people who choose not to believe in faith?
It's a good question. There's a few things. One, I think we can agree on people of faith and people without faith. I think we can agree on certain issues regarding social justice. I think the code of ethics for social work, anytime you sign up for the social profession, there's a few things that you promise or vow to, and one of them is social justice. So those are the things that we connect with. Faith is really something that we don't impose. We have many students in our program that aren't of faith. We teach from a biblical worldview. It's their decision. They find our curriculum, our process, just as compelling. My invitation is, the reason why I believe in Jesus is what I tell a person I'm not of faith is because he makes me feel alive. And so this idea of trying to lead people to their humanity and recognize of humanity, I think we're after the same things, and that's being fully alive. And I think what we see here with incarceration is the damaging effects when we don't treat people like humans.
Wow. We got 1 minute left, or we're probably a little bit past that, and then our last question is going to be, I think, right behind you. Starting with Mike Hunt. All right, you got it.
My question is, what's one thing you would share with younger males, just being able to open up and feel comfortable in speaking up for themselves? Because I understand that in some family orientations, they are very suppressed to not speak up, especially if they are males.
Wow.
There you go. Can you hear me? One thing I would say about speaking up for yourself, especially with the young males, they know how to do it. And believe me, if you guys are parents that have young children in your household, you know they know how to do it. You just got to instill that confidence and get them educated and tell them, do not take no for an answer. Because one thing when you're looking to do something, you're only looking for one yes. No matter how many times you got to knock on that door, just tell them to keep on searching for that yes. And once they get that yes, they get in that door, then go do their thing and prove themselves.
Really good. Hey, thank you for that. We got a question right here.
Hello, everybody. This is more of a comment and less of a question. In regards, I'll just use it as disparity. For those of us, I am formerly incarcerated. I want to talk about discrimination and stigma within discrimination and stigma. Me and my coworker just had a conversation. For people like me, that a woman of color, when I'm dealing with counterparts, such as those that are of non-color, and particularly male, they have more of an advantage than those of us that are of color and formerly incarcerated. And so I would say I would challenge those today, as you guys up here that are in positions of power, when you guys have the opportunity to advocate and be an ally and speak up, please do that, you know, on behalf of those of us in the room and in the community, because a lot of us, as we've talked about today, we are desperate for change. We want to change. But when we have, again, discrimination within discrimination, it's a double, you know, stigma, it's a double barrier. And so I just want to say, you know, if you have the opportunity, whether it's through training, relationships, work relationships, personal relationships, speak up, because silence is if you're silent, you're a part of the problem and not part of the solution. And so I just wanted to say.
Wow, powerful. And what a wonderful way in order to end the panel. Can we all get a little bit of a stretch in? Let's stand up for a little bit. What a wonderful, magnificent job. Thank you guys for representing so well. Thank you guys for representing so well. Thank you for allowing us to share with you.
And let's thank Dr. Charles Lee Johnson as well. All right, y'all, we have 2 more panels to go, and I don't want to get in the way of your food. So let's get in and get out on that. Can I actually have the housing panel come on up here? Let's talk about
you can't be yourself. If these people don't accept you for who you are, why am I in here? I don't want to be nowhere I'm not wanted. And I don't want to be, I don't care about making other people uncomfortable. That's number one. I'm going to be me regardless. But I know for a fact, if everybody in this room uncomfortable by my presence, I got to go. This ain't somewhere I need to be, because something wrong with y'all. There's nothing wrong with me. So I feel like if you somewhere where you can't be you, that ain't the space you need to be in. You need to be where you are appreciated. You need to be where you are heard, where you want to be, where people want to hear you. Don't be nowhere that's uncomfortable, because I guarantee them same people wouldn't be nowhere they felt uncomfortable. So you go where you want it, and you go where you are appreciated. And it don't matter what you're doing. Go where you need to be.
Watch Mr. Oliver. No, I'm just kidding. So we'll start with a brief 1-minute intro. Tell us something real quick about yourself, what you do, and if you have a chance, you can throw in your why. Is that cool? Shall we start with you, Mr. Oliver?
Let's do this.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. So nice to see you this morning, and thank you for coming out. I am Craig Oliver with Fair Housing Council of Riverside County, and our primary mission is to ensure that there is no discrimination in the sale, rental, or financing of housing throughout Riverside County. Now, successful reentry into the reintegrating into the society is a core mission of HUD, and by extension what we do at the council. And so I'm interested in looking forward to talking with you more about housing and how valuable and important that is to the process. Thank you very much.
Hello. As you guys see, I was up here earlier. I guess I was anxious, huh? With this red suit on, you couldn't miss me. My name is Tanya Jonathan. I'm the Deputy Director for Lighthouse Social Service Centers. We have over 13 programs where we serve Riverside and San Bernardino County. We do have a reentry program. It's a rapid rehousing program that we serve for Riverside County, and also an employment piece that is built into there, and a clinical piece that's built into that program. Looking forward to talking to you more about that.
And I am Sharon Green. I'm the founder and executive director of Victor Valley Family Resource Center. We do emergency, transitional, and permanent housing for those that are experiencing being unhoused, with our strongest focus on the reentry population.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Larissa Villarreal here. I am the administrator for the HOPE program. Perhaps you've heard of us. We are supporting individuals who are experiencing homelessness, at imminent risk of homelessness, and we are the coordinated entry system for the County of Riverside. That means anyone who is experiencing homelessness will come through that front door to receive services, and referrals go out to our community partners. And we have a large team as well who is supporting individuals. Vanya asked about our why. So I grew up in El Monte, and I have a lot of friends and family who have been justice impacted. Hearing from all of you today has moved me, and the friends and family that I came up with motivated me to go down the social work path. I am a doctor of social work, and while I was in my program, I was working on smart decarceration. And so during that time, I was also working in downtown LA. So I'm sure you've heard of Men's Central Jail and Twin Towers Correctional Facility, CRDF. I was in all of those jails working with individuals to support them in their reentry. So this is a passion of mine, and I'm honored to be here with you today. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. It is an honor to be here up on this panel and be in community with you. My name is Toya Vick, and I'm a participatory defense organizer, criminal and housing justice advocate, a Police Policy Institute, an employment specialist, a peer support specialist, a mental health person, just a woman of many hats, you know. My why is that I'm going to continue to be the voice of the voiceless, the arms and the legs of our seniors and disabled, and a heart for the children. God has done such for me. I can't do enough to give back, and I haven't forgotten.
Thank you all so much. And I think the reasons that you all are on this panel is because of the expertise, your commitment, and the heart you have for this work. So I'm just really honored to be asked to moderate this panel, or I might have asked him to let me moderate it. I can't remember the details, but I really just want to say, you know, we all understand that housing is critical, and we've identified housing as being one of those necessities when folks are coming home. Family support is also very important, but what if you don't to come home to? And so we want to talk to these experts because they know what they're doing and how to do it. So not to put any pressure on Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver, are you the only guy up here? Then let's put the pressure on Mr. Oliver.
Okay with that.
Okay, so you mentioned that you work to ensure that there's no housing discrimination going on in the areas of leasing, renting, purchasing, or financing. That's a huge job. So I'm going to hone in a little bit, and I just want to talk about how background checks impact a person's ability to access housing. And if there's a distinction between home ownership and home rental in that discrimination, can you break that down for us? Explain it to us.
Thank you so much. Hello, can you hear me okay? All right, thank you so much for the question. Well, let me tell you that at Fair Housing, we receive hundreds of phone calls and contacts per week from people in the community about a plethora of housing related issues, deposits, repairs, mold, eviction, harassment, and so forth. And so we have to determine, is this a landlord-tenant dispute or is this a discrimination case? And the difference is discrimination by definition is differential treatment when all other factors are the same. So that's very important to remember. Now, HUD, Housing and Urban Development, and by extension, the Fair Housing Council, we recognize that there are serious racial and ethnic disparities in the criminal justice system. This is clear. And this includes disparities in arrests and convictions, as well as disproportionate sentencing for Blacks and Hispanics in particular. So these, the result of this disparity is disproportionate effects on certain protected classes, which can be a violation of the Fair Housing Act. Understanding this, HUD has released certain guidance for housing providers, realtors, property managers, certain guidance that they are under an obligation to consider when dealing with the population, potential renters, and so forth. So what is some of this guidance we should talk about? Because as I go out into the community and talk with realtors, property managers, and so forth about what they should be considering, these are some of the things that they should be aware of and that I want to make sure that the community is aware of as well. So the guidance from HUD about this issue is, one is denying housing based upon arrest records. Another is blanket bans on anyone who has a criminal background. One issue that commonly comes up is, well, when the application says, should I check the box saying that I have a criminal arrest or a felony conviction? Should I check the box or should I not check the box? If you check the box, oftentimes the applications are just thrown in the wastebasket. We're not going to look any further. If you don't check the box, they could say that, well, you lied on your application, right? Now, however, it's not that you lied on the application, it's that at least you get a chance to explain what's going on and how all this came to be. So should you check the box or not check the box? We spoke with some attorneys about this in a couple of our town homes. They said, don't check the box. Now, this is not me, I'm not an attorney, but I'm letting you know to have an opportunity to talk about some of the things that led up to the arrest can be beneficial. Another piece of guidance is conducting background checks inconsistently or performing these checks on some and not others based upon stereotypes or fears. So I talked about differential treatment. So if they're gonna do criminal background checks on one applicant, you gotta do it on everybody.
That part.
Can the church say what?
Amen. Yeah, that part.
Further, a landlord must consider individuals on a case-by-case basis and evaluate the nature and severity of the crime, as well as how much time has elapsed since the arrest occurred. They must make a determination based on facts and evidence, not on a perceived threat. So how about denials of applications when someone is trying to rent a place who has a history of incarceration? They can be legally denied if it is clear that it makes it causes a danger to the residents or to the neighbors that live there. However, these denials must provide evidence proving that the housing provider has substantial, legitimate, indiscriminate interests. And they must show that the housing policy distinguishes between those kinds of crimes that can be a barrier or can be a danger to the residents and those that do not. Let me just finish by saying that sometimes criminal background is used as a screen to discriminate against people for other reasons. For example, I don't like your gender expression or your sexual orientation. I think it's wrong, I think it's immoral, and I don't, but I know I can't discriminate against you based on that because that's a protected class. But I see you do have a criminal background, so I'm going to deny your application based upon that as a screen because I really think my problem is really something different. So criminal background checks is a big issue in this game, and that's all I got to say about it right now.
So sorry. I know, and all of you have such amazing work that you're doing, and I want to make sure you all get some time. If we have time, we're coming back to you because I think you was in the middle of your story, and you should have led with that last part first. No, I'm just kidding. Because we feel it. No, it's not a laughing matter, but it's kind of funny up here because we know that there are a lot of ways to discriminate. And once something is outlawed, oftentimes society finds a way to continue to do what they want to do and what they're not ready to relinquish. And they find a legal way to do it. And that's what you see in housing, is that right? So there are housing providers who kind of stand in the gap because they're providing reentry housing and services or just, transitional housing to people that are coming home. And that's what I would like you to talk about. Tania Johnson, if you can tell us about the social services that your Lighthouse organization provides and what's the target population and what you see as the greatest challenge to doing the work you do.
We have a reentry program. It's rapid rehousing. I don't see us having any problem with housing. I'm just going to say the problem is where we're going to put them while we get them housed. That is the problem that we have. We started our reentry program 3 years ago, which was very fresh entry before. In our cohort 1, we enrolled 322 formerly justice involved individuals, and we housed 275 of them. We were only supposed to enroll 100 and house 100, but we went over. We housed PC-290s, PC-288s, arsonists, all of the hard to serve populations. We paired them up with landlords. We interview landlords like they interview our clients. We say, hey, this is a person with this one, this is a person, we paired them up. We did shared housing. We worked with our other partners. I see Tanya here, we work with everyone. Housing is not an issue, and we can get them housed within the first 30 days. We don't have a waiting list for landlords, but we know what landlords to go to. We even work with property management companies. As far as we have a lot of property management companies that will take our formerly justice involved individuals. So of course the rents is a problem. That's a problem. We can house people with zero income. So if we can house people with zero income, we can house you with a background. What we do also, we take you through, just like we do our employees that come on board, we take you through a process. We know if you need clothing, a lot of landlords want to interview you now. So we take you over there, we get you clothing. We tell you what not to say. Do not tell your truth all the time. I know you want to tell it, but all the time, just answer the questions like you're in an interview, whatever they ask you, and we will interrupt you because we're right there with you. No, that's not what they meant. This is what they meant. So you tell your clients, no, that's not it. Don't tell your truth. If they don't ask you, don't tell. So I think that's a lot of problems where we want to go in and we want to say, hey, I know I've been up here. You guys have excellent stories, but you want to say, hey, you want to put that out front. Sometimes it doesn't need to be out front. Sometimes we need to just say, what you're going to have. We fill out the application for them because we know what to put on the application. We're not telling a lie. We just know what to say. Again, it is a courtship with our landlords. It's a courtship with our property managers. It's a courtship, a big courtship with all of our Riverside partners, because we couldn't do that without them. So that's, part of our housing.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing that. Testing. So I find that fascinating and interesting, and I think it's just a matter of understanding where you're coming from with the concept that there is no housing issue. And so for some of us, it's been different experiences. And so our next panelist, Dr. Sharon Green, or Reverend Sharon Green, is also the founder and director of Victor Valley Recovery Services, and she provides housing. Sometimes you run into barriers providing housing for the population that we serve, and negotiation, conversations, it kind of fails and breaks down. And she has those kinds of lived experiences. And if you can tell us about your organization, what your challenge that you faced with housing the population that you serve, and what you found to be your solution for that.
We have been doing housing since 2009 in the high desert. And my experience is that the people that we house, we have those that are formerly incarcerated, that we have been housing since then. But my city decided they did not want, and quote unquote, those cockroaches in their community. And so they came after us, first of all, trying to shut us down, saying that you have too many people in one house, that we didn't want you in this area. You can go into Old Town and in other areas where drugs are free and roaming. And we chose not to do that because I would not put anyone in housing that I would not live in. And so the city came after us. They wrote an ordinance, a crime-free ordinance, specifically to target my agents. One was because of incarceration, but the other one was because I was a Black woman in their community doing housing. And so we don't deal with that too often when we're talking about the struggles that we have. And we know that the AB 109 population basically is largely a population that impacted Blacks and people of color. And so as we were housing, code enforcement knocked on my door every single day, that I would not close. We had 5 houses in the city of Hesperia. And they would knock on each house door every single day, starting at 7:30 in the morning, to cite my $1,000 a day that we stayed open. And we were fortunate enough to partner with ACLU after our citations ended up being over $70,000. And so we partnered with them, filed a lawsuit against the city of Hesperia. That was a journey in and of itself, because they would come, and Bonyana, you know, this is an in-depth story, so just on my, but the fact of the matter is, unless we stood up against bullies, and I'm sorry, that's what I saw them as, because their comment to me was, you can sue us if you want to, but we have more money than you. So we can shut you down because we can keep this going through court until you run out of financing. The end result is that we ended up winning the lawsuit. They ended up paying out money. I'm grateful that HUD saw our struggle, filed charges, because they recognized that it was more because of me being a Black woman, not supposedly doing business in their community. And so it passed over to the Department of Justice, and they just settled that case 2019 in favor of removing the crime-free ordinances. And
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I think the next person probably needs no introduction, and that's Dr. Larissa Villarreal. Dr. Villarreal came to Riverside County with a wealth of housing experience, and maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 years ahead of where we were when you got here. Maybe we're even now, I don't know, experts, but I think she brought a wealth of information and housing knowledge with her, and has shared that since I've met her, and it's been about 2 or 3 years. So I really want to ask you this question. Now, we've identified some gaps, some areas of opportunity. What do you think that we're doing well here in Riverside County in terms of housing, and what opportunities do you see as being the greatest opportunities for us to achieve our housing everyone in the county of Riverside? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Vanya. I appreciate it. And I had an opportunity to work with Vanya and her team on crime-free housing and fair chance housing. And so it was really an honor to do that and to work with you side by side. So it was an exciting opportunity for me. And I love this question because it brings up innovation, right? What should we do? What ought we do? And I think that we are on the right track in making change, right? We are using best practices in our approaches to individuals that we're engaging, both on the streets, so our outreach teams and in-reach teams as well. What are the best practices that we're implementing? Cultural competency, harm reduction, motivational interviewing. All of these things are important when we're working with individuals who are justice involved, previously justice involved, who haven't had the support that they need. Earlier, we heard from experts, right? People with lived experience. These are the experts. These are the people that are asking us and telling us what they need. We need to listen. We need to listen to all of these individuals who have this experience and expertise. I'm really proud to be part of behavioral health. I think that we're doing a really great job in implementing these practices. And so that brings me excitement. And as far as being innovative, what can we do to be better, right? there was a report that the Department of Corrections put out, and they asked landlords, what's that barrier that you're facing with allowing individuals with a criminal history to be housed with you? Is it something that we can work on together? Is that a barrier that we can cross or knock down together? And landlords were amenable to working with individuals who are justice impacted. And what they asked for in return is education, right? They asked for education. What does that look like? Who do I reach out to if I have a question? And I think that was one of the biggest topics that came up, right? Is, are we going to have people on site, case managers maybe, to help navigate individuals? So I think that when we're looking at innovative practices and what to do, it's really about partnership. It's about multidisciplinary partnerships, working together. And there's so many amazing organizations in this room, and being able to network like this so that we can bring forward innovative activities is going to be important to the success of the communities in which we live, to the people which we serve, and to our organizations as well. So that's exciting for me to be here today, to hear from all of you and the great work that you're doing, and hoping that there's a way for us to collaborate, to move forward in those spaces. I had a conversation this week with Trinell, and Vanya is a connector. And so she connected us, and he is interested in AB 109 housing. I'm happy to say that we have vendors and we're partnering with probation so that we can offer AB 109 housing to individuals upon their release. We have over 600 units of housing for individuals who are experiencing homelessness. That's exciting. And we continue to grow in that space. And how do we do that? That's educating our electeds, right? Educating our community so that they can support efforts moving forward and they don't create ordinances to suppress us. Thank you.
Thank you. My colleague, a woman of many, many, many hats, who had the challenge and opportunity to work on the crime-free housing ordinance in the city of Riverside. And so that's Ms. Toya Vick, who worked, and lady over here, and it was Avalon Edwards, and the three of you never let it go, and you hung in there, and I'm just truly grateful for the work that you all did for that campaign. It was a success. Can you, so we know within ourselves and in our circles why crime-free housing is such a challenge. But if you could share some of your motivation for why crime-free housing was a particular concern to you, and where you see us going now that the city of Riverside has ended it. There's work going on at the state level to end crime-free housing. And so now what? What do you see going forward?
Ooh, well, I really don't know if I can answer that question in the way that you asked it. Because if you all don't, I'm very transparent. And I have to let you know why I'm sitting here. I am formerly incarcerated and not unapologetic. Because if I didn't go through that, I wouldn't be here today. I was on housing, and it was called zero tolerance policy and nuisance policy, the crime free. I knew nothing about that. I was on housing. You know, I thought housing was going to protect me against my landlords and everything else. Make a long story short, law enforcement targeted me, single mother, got disabled children. I had my doors kicked in. They raided my house. They held me by gunpoint. They took me to jail. I was facing life in prison for something I did not do because they said I did not fill out the application correctly. So then later on, they give you a hearing where you have to 15 days. But during that hearing, I had to sit across from them and listen to them tell me lies about me that I could not reject or say anything because I had a criminal case pending against me. So within this criminal case, I'm trying to find a lawyer. I'm already on housing, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, $50,000. I'm facing life in prison. Who's going to take care of my handicapped children? Who's going to be, and I'm a single mother. Who's going to do that? You know? I had guns drawn in my head. I was taken to jail, held in, and when I got bailed out, my house was completely destroyed. No one apologized and said, Toya, I'm sorry. Nobody did nothing. No one said I'm gonna repair what was done, the damage that was done. I'm not even gonna tell you why we did what we did, all for some paperwork. I could have took you to the file cabinet in that. You destroyed my life. They destroyed my life because of my background. Over 37 years ago, I ain't trying to tell you my age. Over 37 years ago, for something I did at that time. But I wasn't that woman today. I was in River Valley. They called me the godmother of River Valley, a surrogate parent for the school district, a commissioner for the city. They said, oh, Toya, your story's a fluke. Oh, I'm sorry what happened in the past. Wait a minute. Now I don't have housing. I'm facing homelessness. I'm getting evicted. I had to separate from my family. I sent all my children everywhere because law enforcement was on me. Like hot on rice. I got retaliation. They was putting fines on the house, write me up for this, write me up for that. It was horrible, all because of my background. So this conference is real. I lived it, I walked it, I fought by myself for 2 years alone. Nobody said, oh, that's happening here. But I didn't shut up, I kept going because somebody said, oh, you're a victim. I said, wait a minute, victim? I ain't no victim, I'm a survivor. I'm an overcomer, and I'm not gonna shut up. I'm gonna keep on going. We made a team, we got together, the allies, I see you all in the rooms, everyone knowing we got together. It was a 7-year battle, and it got repelled in Riverside and San Bernardino. This is what God, you can do that. And every single person in this room is powerful, and you have what it takes to get it. We're one body, just different organisms. Where I'm weak in and Dada, she's strong in. We complement each other. Amen. Okay, so now it's repelled, but it's still active in other places. When it was causing evictions, if someone called 911 more than 2 times, they can get evicted. So on one end, and I'm boots on the ground, baby. One end, you say, well, oh, we're gonna help with the homelessness, but you causing homelessness. Right. You ain't evicting us. You ain't giving us no. Let's keep it real in the room. Can I be real, child? Yeah. You know what I mean? No, it's not working. I'm here to put you on blast. Toya Vick gonna hold you accountable. Not just for my family, but for every family. Because when they told, oh, Toya, it's not happening to you. I met another young lady, the same thing is happening to her, and she's still suffering. I'm still suffering today. I might have somewhere to live tonight, but I don't know about tomorrow. But I wash my face every day, and I get up and I keep stepping. Amen. Amen. Because I'm not forgetting what they did. I'm not going to forget the next man. I'm not going to forget the ones that is afraid to come forward with me because of the immigration status. I'm not going to forget. I'm like, well, what I got to when I get in this office. All right. Go to the meetings, the public. They get away because that room is empty. Yeah. It's true. They're not here. Right. You want to know why the warehouse is up? Because Toya, we up against the clock.
I think it's fair to say that we should have a housing conference, a housing conversation that we get to listen and learn and not just point at the issues, the pain, but what is the healing? What is the solution? How do we prevent others from having the same or similar circumstances when we already know better? So what can we do? And Mr. Oliver is so transformational. We're just talking about maybe we could change when that fair housing hearing occurs. And so we'll be working offline. But I just want to say, this is an awesome group of people. And they are just a microcosm of how many people are working towards housing solutions. We need help. We need your help, your ideas, your experiences, and your joy to bring to this work. So, yeah. Can we give her? Well, go for it. I think so.
Yes, just one thing. Dr. Jen Tillman, I don't know if she's in the room, but I'm grateful for her. She did a plot of the crime-free ordinances, and the redlining from 1970 aligns with that.
And let's share that. So everyone that's registered, we're going to share Jennifer, Professor Tilton's work. Professor Jen Tilton from University of Redlands has done that study, and we want to make sure that it's all available, and then we're going to get out the way. All right, thank y'all. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the employment panel, please come up. Folks, the employment panel, please come up. So, as you guys heard, the legal change, we've had some legal change, right? But legal change doesn't always mean social change. All right? So, like 2018, they did the bandbox, we didn't hear about employment, right? 2018. It's 2024. When our folks go to get a job on applications, even at community colleges, they're asking you, do you have a criminal conviction? Do you have a criminal background? So I want you to know that legal change is important, because without it, we can't have any social change. It might be impossible. So right now, I'd like to introduce a champion. I consider a champion of social change. Dr. Justine Ross, Associate Director of the Presley Center of Crime and Justice. I know her because she fought the war on poverty with me for 14 years at Community Action, and she's a champion. Dr. Ross will be moderating our panel. Our panelists here, Sheena, Dr. Ross.
All right, thank you, Tamara, so much. And thank you to everybody who's participated in organizing this conference. To Tamara's point, my name is Justine Ross, and I'm the Associate Director of the Presley Center of Crime and Justice Studies. We are an independent research center that's housed within the UC Riverside School of Public Policy. We focus broadly on issues related to crime and justice, but most of our research and most of my research as of late has focused on reentry and employment. So we've done a lot of work on state contracts evaluating the Prison to Employment Initiative. We also have done some work on the California Fair Chance Act, looking at sort of the rate at which employers are still violating the law. Spoiler, not a spoiler for anybody in this room, but overwhelmingly, unfortunately, employers are still reporting violations. And we looked at the efficacy of appeals. And so we were just delighted to be included in this conversation and very excited to participate in a dialogue with everybody up here today. So let's start things off. Can we just go down and do like a quick 30-second introduction of who you are and what's your why, maybe briefly to start.
My name is Tina Walker. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director, where our department was known as Department of Fair Employment and Housing, but a couple of years ago, the name was changed to Civil Rights Department because it's more reflective of what we do. We're more than just housing and employment. We deal with the UMRA laws with the public. We deal with Ralph Act, which is the hate crimes, human trafficking. And so in the department where I'm at, I work, my specialty is in employment. So specific to this group, where we banned the box went into effect in 2018, and we worked with those laws with criminal history. So I have family that have been formerly incarcerated, currently incarcerated. And by doing this work since 2018, I've been very exposed to thousands of cases that I oversee a team statewide, and I've been very enlightened with the fight. And so the work that we're doing right now has been very enlightening. It's been very effective, seeing the patterns and the trends that persons formerly incarcerated go through with trying to seek employment. I'm very glad to say our agency is more than just reactive, such as if you've been discriminated and trying to get a job because of your history. But we're also proactive with a lot of things we have on our website that hopefully we can talk about today to help persons become employed.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Melanie Robledo, and I am the Housing Project Manager for the Center for Employment Opportunities. We are the largest national reentry employer, and we offer employment services exclusively to individuals who've been formerly incarcerated. In addition to that, we are currently working with industries and sectors, not just to get people jobs, but to actually lead them towards career-oriented positions so they can live a quality of a life that they deserve. Now, why I'm standing up here or why I'm sitting up here, prior to me getting connected to the program, I don't know what happened. All right. I myself was formerly incarcerated and experiencing homelessness in LA, Riverside County, you name it, that's where I was. Wherever I could find hope or thought I could find hope, that's where I landed. It was really important that I was poured into by the reentry community. I'm only standing up here today because of all of you who are supporting this type of work. In 2020, I was deemed mentally incapable to stand trial in court. So I have a long story, and it's because of all of you that support this type of work that I was able to have such a successful comeback.
Amen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sheena Gordon, CEO and owner of Soulful Connections. Our DBA, we operate under Soulful Moments, which is our event and party planning, equipment rental. We also do catering under Soulful Kitchen, which is why we're here today, but also because I am also Justice Impact. I've had 2 walks of life. I went to state and federal prison. And when I came home, I could not get a job. No one would hire me. I tried several places, so many places, even the felon-friendly ones they tell you. Nobody was friendly. So I couldn't get a job. But so what I did, I'm a very creative person, and I started doing my own thing. If no one was going to hire me, then I'm hiring myself. I'm going to put myself out there, and I'm going to make my money, and I don't have to go in and worry about checking the box. Then I had to check the box. So that's why I'm here today.
How's everybody doing? Okay, my name is Gregory Temple, and I'm actually a representative of the IBEW Local 477. And what we are is we're an electrical union, and we're probably the largest electrical provider in the United States, as a matter of fact, worldwide. And so we're 700,000 members strong. And within the next 3 years, we plan on growing to 1 million. And so, I'll be 57 years old come September. And I know I look 26. Like that. I'll be 57 years old. And I have been in the electrical industry for 35, going on 36 years. And if I told you guys what my pension is, you wouldn't even believe it. You would think I'm lying. And so the funny part about it is I was incarcerated at one point. And something that I kept a secret for so long and tried to keep it hidden is one of my strong points now, because I want to share with everyone. Because every single one of you guys that are out here that actually has a troubled path, and I'm a firm believer in God, and the devil was out to destroy you and conquer you, and he didn't do it, and now you're here for a purpose. Amen. So the reason why you're in the position where you're in now. And so from me going from when I was 17 going on 18 years old, facing 28 years of Fed time, but I ended up beating my case. I don't want to go into that. The hardest thing I ever did in my life was had to tell my mom in her face that I was lying to her all this time about who I was. I could take the jail time. And so that's what we're teaching now. I have started what's called an ERP program, which is an electrical reentry pathway, where I'm actually taking people with troubled past and I'm bringing them in and I'm giving them a gateway of classes that can get them a direct interview with the IBW. And when I talk about jobs, these are $170,000 a year jobs with the pensions on them, over $200,000 a year. I can tell you guys numerous times that I've made over $200,000 a year. And we have some people in our local making $300,000. From all your power lines you see all the way from Vegas to all the buildings that you see that are up. I even worked on the Salesforce Tower in San Francisco. All that is IBEW. The high-speed rail they're talking about coming down from Vegas, that's all IBEW. And if anybody is sitting here in a position where I say God's put you in a position for a reason, if you sit on these county board of supervisors or any county board, our thing is we want to hire local and give local jobs. And the only way we can do that is with PLAs. And that's why we're making ourselves more visible out there to the community, because we've been doing the same thing for years. We've been in existence since 1891, and we're not going anywhere. We want to hire local, and we want to provide jobs locally. And that's what we're all about. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here. And I do have some information about the ERP program. And I've already dealt with some people, CEO, I have a couple people. My first class is going to start May 1st for my ERP program. And I'm just excited about it. And I'm trying to get Riverside more involved.
Awesome.
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvia Walker. I am a principal development specialist with the County of Riverside. I work in workforce development, helping individuals find jobs and employment. Definitely going to link with you. I am not justice involved, but I am justice impacted. When I speak in terms of being impacted, I've had family members. You know, I'm originally from New York, grew up in the South Bronx. I have many uncles and aunts that have been justice involved. It definitely impacted me as a child. It impacts the family dynamic. I cannot say directly involved, but I do understand to a degree how that impacts an individual, and it also impacts the family. I am doing this because I love what I do. I love being the conduit of change for individuals and helping them kind of change and turn their life around. Workforce development has programs specifically for individuals that are justice involved. That is our P2E program. We will help individuals with finding employment and or training, and the county will pay for an individual to go to training up to $8,000 for any short-term certification program. We also help individuals with getting into apprenticeship programs, et cetera. So looking forward to seeing how I can further provide information to help any one of you in this room, as well as some of the other vendors.
Greetings, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Benny Burrell. I am employed with Starting Over Inc. My story is quite unique. After 31 years of incarceration, I've been out 1 year, 2 weeks to the day. Starting Over Inc. was a perfect opportunity for me to re-enter into society. They led me, they guided me, they nurtured me in a way that I never thought would be possible sitting behind those walls. They have a program, Path to See, that gets people ready, that was released back into society for job opportunities, for employment, for ready to be prepared with resumes, with all kinds of things that is necessary to succeed in the employment area. I was fortunate enough to become a peer support specialist for Starting Over Inc., doing something that I'm passionate about, and I have a lot of experience behind the wall. But I did talk to many. I did help with wellness. I did help with mental issues. So I am prepared to move forward with Path to See and with Starting Over Inc., and let's see where it takes me. Thank you.
All right, so my plan, just because there's so many of you and you all bring such diverse and really important expertise to this conversation, is to ask all questions to everybody, which is great because we have 5 minutes left. So we're going to try to keep this really tight, and we're obviously the only thing between you and lunch, so we're very aware of that. But I want to start, so I'm the exception to my little rule that I just made. I do want to ask one question just of you, Tina. You've talked about sort of being proactive in combating kind of the barriers to employment and some of the discrimination that this population faces. Can you tell us a little bit just about kind of what that looks like? You talked about some resources on your website, just so we have a baseline.
Yeah, so if you go to our website, they have a FAQ for persons that are trying to get an employment. There's over the last, since 2018, since it's been implemented, I'm the one that has the responsibility to see what cases are coming in, where are the major barriers, do you see patterns, and then I give that feedback to our legal team, who has, and we work along with the Fair Chance Coalition as well as doing tester type cases for people where we see there's a lot of, certain industries seem to still not hire people with records. So with all that said and some of those efforts, then I channel that feedback to the legal team who has been able to achieve legislation in that area to improve that. But meanwhile, still, I think one of the main things with your takeaways, if you do have a record and you're trying to get a job, when you go to our website, keep in mind that there's 2 different types of I guess you could say positions is the easiest way to say it. So there's a way to navigate with how you're filling out the application and what you should expect. So the Fair Chance Act is intended for all those employers who were not required by law to run it. You know, Walmart or anyone, they weren't required to run the criminal history. So the Fair Chance Act came in to give control over them, because you did have employers and positions who are required by law, such as law enforcement. So just know the difference between the 2 when you're out there, because there's expectations that are different that you would have for positions like law enforcement that are required by law to run these background checks, but all of them that are not, it's a different set of criteria. And then just knowing the difference can help you with your experience as you look for work.
Perfect, thank you so much. This question is down the panel to everybody here. As we're coming together to a community, and there's so many different fantastic resources in the room, I'm wondering if maybe you could, based on your experience, based on the work that you do, speak to what type of support you think is most critical to individuals when they are looking for a job or when they're trying to advance in their career. Again, sort of through our partnership, is there sort of not a silver bullet, but is there a particular resource or type of support that you think is incredibly impactful?
Thank you. That's a heavy level question, but to try to simplify it, I think one of the most important things for someone when they're looking for employment is just the support of the community, right? So that they know that they feel trusted and they feel capable, that they're able to achieve the things that they're setting out to achieve. And one of those things that they can get from the community is the ongoing support, the case management services, the retention level services. I think those are some of the most important.
One of the things that I feel that they should have to make them successful is I think they need to get their confidence up and also to take accountability. And just like I told you guys a story about me, the hardest thing for me was to tell my mom that I was actually lying to her all this time. Once a person is accountable for their own actions and you let them know where they that they need to take accountability, I think they can move forward from their past and start to heal the process. But they're playing the victim. They keep pointing the finger. That's going to be one thing that's going to hold them back. They have to take accountability.
I think one of the biggest things is to remain resilient. It's really important that when you feel like you've been knocked down, to just get back up again. And don't let anybody tell you you can't do anything, and that don't let anybody tell you no. What do you do until you become that attorney? What did you do? What are you going to do prior to them actually eliminating 7 letters of recommendation before you can get into college? What are the things that you're going to have to do? You're going to have to be resilient, and you're going to have to push past all of that. Take that pain that you've experienced and all that darkness that you may have endured and turn it into your power and move forward with that. Don't forget that, because there will be times where you'll feel knocked down, but you have to just keep getting back up and keep being resilient and push through that so that you can get to the point where you want to be. There are some things that some of the individuals that were on this panel that did not explain. The individual that is an attorney, not that she didn't mean to, but she didn't explain to you what it took to get to that point, in some senses, to be the attorney. She probably had to take some jobs she didn't like and she didn't want. But the common thread for everybody is that they have been resilient. And you have to make certain that you just keep bouncing back. No matter what happens, just keep pushing forward.
I think one of the things that's very important when first returning to society will be to make sure that you are confident within yourself. And don't be afraid to ask for the help. Everyone in this room is willing and ready to help. Most people, they shy away from help. They don't want to ask. I asked everybody for help. As soon as I got out, I was helping, and I helped as much as I could. So that we could all work together. It's a process. It's step by step. So if you feel confident in not letting no deter you from what you want to do, he said, be responsible. Be responsible. Change your belief system. These are the things that you have to do in order to fit in, to be a part of the norm in society. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Help is out there. Outreach is out there. Support is out there. Starting Over Inc. is the perfect place where I always say you can go and feel at home. They make you feel like you're welcome. In their endeavors, they have many programs right down there within Starting Over Inc. to prepare you to be ready for the no. If you didn't hear no, you're not trying. You're gonna hear no's, you're gonna get rejection. Be confident, be strong, and work together.
Make one other comment that I noticed wasn't noted today. I know that they said that if use your family and you're most successful when you have family support. There are some people that don't have family support. Build your own family. Okay, find a family. It doesn't have to be blood related. It just has to be people that are supporting your goals and what you want to do in life.
I think that, for myself, I think the one thing that needs to be talked about is the stigma and the stereotype that employers hold on felons when you come home and how you're looked at. This something like this opens it up to talk about it, but I think that there's something else that needs to be done for the people who doing the hiring. The way that they're looking at you and the way that they perceive you because you came home or because you have this felon. A lot of us have gone through things and we made choices, and sometimes it wasn't by the choice that we really wanted to make. It was just something that we happened to fall into. But I think a lot of it has to go back to the employers also.
So I've gotten the 1 minute yanking us off stage cue, and I had such a long list. I wish we had more time to speak through specifically about your experience and your recommendations for everybody in this room. For those of you who are hanging around though at lunch, are you open to people coming up to talk to you maybe about specifically employment and yeah? Okay, so come find them. We'll make them work during lunch. I'm very sorry because we're sort of running out of time here. But I so appreciate all of your perspectives, and we'll continue the conversation.
Thank you to our employment panel. So I actually do have something to say as the employment project manager at Starting Over. There's a lot of people in this room. A lot of you are vendors. You have businesses. This is not a place just to get information. This is a place for us to put some things in action. So if each one of you
made a commitment to change your hiring policies and decided that you would help your community members through employment, we could make a difference. 98% of the folks, our folks that are in prison are coming home to our communities, 98%. And I want to also share another boring statistic. 1 in 3 folks that are seeking employment, which we consider talents, have a criminal conviction. And most of that is related to drugs or alcohol, but it's still a criminal conviction. So it should no longer be a scarlet letter on my back when I'm going for employment. So for all of you who can hear me, please go back to your organizations and say, how can we make a difference? By starting a program that looks beyond someone's past. Would you like to be judged for what you did 10 years ago? You don't even want to be judged for what you did a week ago. 20 years, 10 years. And there's also this notion in employment that we don't want to, we'll hire somebody, but we don't want to hire him if the nexus of what their crime was, you know, if that's the job that they're looking to do. Well, that's BS too. Because whatever their crime was, they're good at that. So they can help you find flaws. In this climate of cybersecurity and AI, the people who will find the weaknesses in your system are the ones that tampered with it in the first place. But they've changed their lives around. So if someone was identity theft or payroll or something like that, they're going to make a good payroll employee because they've changed. So thank you for indulging us. I hope you found this part of the program very, insightful at least, and lunch is served.
How did Marcia get up?
I know, right?
Yeah, she was right in front of me.
Yeah, it's early in the morning, what you finna do? You gonna talk about what you gonna do, or you gonna go get it? We tryna put in work. We tryna get better every single day. We speaking life into our manifestations. No second guessing, no stressing, no questioning. Straight catching these blessings like we deserve. Let's put in work. Yeah. I can't wait too far and I won't quit. I will never quit. I can't wait too far and I won't quit. I will never quit. I can't wait too far and I won't quit. I will never quit. I can't wait too far and I won't quit. I will never quit. I can't wait too far and I won't quit. I will never quit. I can't wait too far and I won't quit. I will never quit. I can't wait too far and I won't quit. I will never quit. I will never quit. Yeah. Crunch time. Tell me what you about to do. Got a lot up on your plate, but you gotta see it through. When you put in work, don't expect someone to clap for you. That's how you gonna reach past.
I know, yeah. Or yeah, Amanda watched one of them. Yeah, she. Oh. Like, that's how it's required. You buy yours on DVD. Right, honestly, I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, that's where it got figured out. Yeah, they're just like it. Well, I was trying to figure out. Yeah, yeah. 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 Like. Oh. Yeah, yeah. That was one thing, and I may have to find my later.
Do you guys want to share any goals here? So after the goals, we'll have the conversation, and I think Karen Roper is going to come up and talk to us about skills. Let's take about 4 more minutes to work on the table goals. And then we're going to invite Karen Roper, the chair of the Riverside County Continuum of Care, to come up and excite us about the possibilities of what we can do within the Continuum of Care.
All right, people are writing and networking. What are you doing here? Okay, good, good, good. More networking, exactly. Collaboration, beautiful.
Anybody want to share some of their table goals? Anyone want to share some of their goals? Here we go.
Okay, I hope you guys won't be shy. This is our table right here. One of our big bold goals is more housing for tonight.
Hey, did everyone hear that? You got some goals you want to share over here? All right, this is our partner from the Hole in the Wall who provides services here in Moreno Valley. Come on, I know.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Benjamin Schuler. I run a homeless drop-in center right here in the great city of Moreno Valley. Okay, we are a walk-in version of 211. We provide bus classes, we provide clothing, hygiene, and all that good stuff. And in Moreno Valley, we do not have a place for homeless people to go. So my goal, I got a long-term goal with a short-term goal. And my goal is to open up a homeless resource center with wrap services. I already got the plot of land plotted out. They're fighting me at tails and nails and everything else. I'm trying to raise $2.5 million. And let me tell you where we're located at. We're located at 24187 Postal Avenue. Go check out the website. We got a website, we got a good phone number, and we have a good address. But my short-term goal, they're kicking me around over here, we're gonna have a homeless outreach day number 2, May 11th, right here in Moreno Valley. And we're trying to get a portable shower for the homeless. So if you know anybody that got connection to a portable shower that can help us get that money to get that shower, I need to raise $4,000.
You got it. We're gonna
Okay, so they're kicking me down, so that means I'm talking to you. So anyway, my name is Benjamin Schuler. I'm sitting back there with my big shot friend, Nakia Blair. And if you got any help for me, come holler at your brother.
The name of his organization is the Hole in the Wall. He has the organization, he has a housing site. He's already providing drop-in center services. He wants to expand that business to include his vision. So if anyone wants to contribute to his event, please go see Mr. Benjamin Schuler, who is with his big-time friend, Nakia. All right. Other goals. All right. Okay.
Hello, everybody. I'm I'm Tina Wilson, and we came up with the goal of having stronger peer support. You know, we need that people that have actually been through what you're trying to help them with. Our number 2 was more mentorship in the Inland Empire. And our last one was a maintenance program. Once you've gone through what you've gone through, we need people to keep up the maintenance of that person to make them stronger in their life's journey.
Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful. And that thing of mentoring is becoming up all day. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I'm gonna call Karen Roper up now, who's got a personal invite for anyone in here that's part of the organization, or someone that wants to become part of something larger than themselves. So, Karen Roper is the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Of the Continuum Care.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Was that no, you cannot? Okay. So, first of all, how was the food, you guys? Are you guys energized after all of the things you've heard today? Are you enthusiastic to make changes in the system? Can I ask you, I might walk around the table and hand you the microphone. So I need to ask all of you, how many of you have heard of the continuum of care? Actually, let me ask it a different way. How many of you are part of our continuum of care in Riverside County? Raise your hands. Okay, so there's a lot of you who are not. This is a great opportunity. I'm super jazzed now. So let me tell you, if you haven't heard what a continuum of care is, there's about 400 of them across the United States. They were established by HUD in the 90s to be a body of all diverse people to do planning, to focus on preventing homelessness and ending homelessness. And there's funding that flows through the continuums of care. And so these bodies of partners meet together on a regular basis to focus on all of those things to prevent homelessness and to end homelessness. And can I tell you something? The things that we've heard today about the importance of reentry, that is a huge part of continuum of care. We need to focus on discharge planning from folks that are leaving jails and prisons, also hospitals, also the foster care system. So how many of you have heard about the count of the homeless? Have you heard about that? Okay, so the continuum of care coordinates that. How many of you have heard about funding to build affordable housing? The most primary goal or funding stream flows through the continuum of care for affordable housing, for jobs, for shelter, all types of resources, support services come through the continuum of care. There is an opportunity for you guys to become a member of the continuum of care. And if is anybody in this room looking for funding opportunities? I'm just curious. Are you interested in building partnerships to move the needle for addressing reentry? Can I tell you what I learned today? I thought our continuum of care was really doing amazing things, moving the needle, which we are. But can I tell you, we have a long way to go. We need you guys. So can I tell you, Bonnie, did you have a question? Am I talking too loud? Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, I'm probably yelling because I wanted to make sure you heard. So there is an opportunity for you to join us because continuums of care across the United States compete for funding. The federal and state governments look at us as a system, not individual agencies. So we would be better with all of us together, working together. Do you agree? Have you heard some amazing wisdom from people here today? Like, wow, I just want to sit at their feet and learn, and partner and collaborate. I hope you will take advantage of not only joining the continuum of care, because you can participate in the reentry working group. Do you know this conference that is happening today, some of your amazing leaders like Ms. Vanya and Christelda and Anise and others who are on the reentry working group, do you know that a lot of work has been spent to bring the system where it is? And this conference today is happening because of folks like Vanya who are participating in the reentry working group. You guys have an opportunity to join us. I encourage you to think about that, to think about joining the continuum of care. There's focus groups for mental health, healthcare, there's youth, there's legislation. Who believes in advocacy? I heard some of you guys today talking about the need and the power of advocacy. We do legislative advocacy through the continuum of care. And so I hope that you will do a couple of things today. Do we have the QR code? I'm in the way. If you take a picture of that, you can join the continuum of care. Almost all the meetings are remote, you guys, so you don't even have to take a long trip. They're on Teams. I encourage you, because here's what you can do. You can learn about other experts in the field that have best practices. You can, how many of you have ever needed a letter of support to apply for a grant? Anybody? Did you know that's my favorite thing to do as the chair of the continuum of care? I can't wait to sign your letter of support. We want more resources and federal funds and state funds that focus on homelessness and people being discharged that have no place to go, right? At risk of homeless or are. The continuum of care can be an important component for you to be successful in your grant. How about training and technical assistance? Does anybody want to have more of that in their life to become better in your space? We can provide that through the continuum of care. There's so many opportunities. I really hope you will consider to join the continuum of care, whether it's the reentry working group, the other working groups, or just the larger continuum of care. There's a couple of other things I want to tell you about the continuum of care. Did we hear that we have a gap in housing? Anybody today, did we hear that we need more housing? Yeah. We know we need to reduce barriers. We have some of our leaders here from the county. Mike and Tanya, raise your hands. So this is from Housing and Workforce Solutions Department. Do you know, since that organization was established by the Board of Supervisors, since 2021, we have either built or have in the pipeline, drum roll, get ready, you guys, 10,600 units of affordable housing, including. That's a lot. We need to make sure we're looking at systems change and partnerships to make sure that our clients can access those housing units. So there's so much in the way of opportunities through the continuum of care. I hope that you will think about joining with us, because we have an opportunity to move the needle even further in this county to address reentry. I also would like to invite Vanya up, because I want to. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Like, yes. Here. Should say this. Resources.
Yes.
And so I think that you all are closest to the issues. And the continuum of care is closer to resources. And so we have to find a way to collaborate, to join in. So there is no charge to join the continuum of care. You are obligated, though, to bring your voices, your truth, and be comfortable sharing that in these spaces, because you will have the unique opportunity to help bring resources to the community through the continuum of care's access to those resources that we don't have. We don't see, so we need to become part of it and be at the table.
Yes. Okay. Well, and can I just say, I want to use Vanya as an example. You heard the power of the influence that Vanya and Starting Over has had. Can I let you know what an amazing and profound impact she and her organization has had on the continuum of care, and how we know we need to have more, we have more work ahead of us. Each of you has something so amazing and valuable to bring. I hope that you will think about joining us. There's a gentleman today that went to the funding committee. You gentlemen there, I remember you asked a question. You said, I think, was it you asked about more funding? in the funding committee, like we need more funding. Did you hear me say the keyword advocacy? We have a whole focus group on advocacy and community and education. Do we need to have louder voices?
Yes.
So by joining the continuum of care and focusing on reentry and the larger system, you can have a powerful impact by having a voice to represent whoever you represent today. We have a diverse group today with us. So think about that. There's also the power of advocacy. And if we have data to show we have unmet needs, do you think we might have the ability to advocate for more resources? Look at that one example that I gave you with the housing. Exponential increase now, 10,600 units. Imagine what we could do with your help if we join together and participate. So easy. I could end by saying, I am so humbled. I've learned so much from all of you today. I've been in the space of homelessness and housing for many years, but honest to goodness, the powerful testimonies that have been shared, the barriers, the successes, I'm so invigorated and excited. I can't wait for all of us to join arms and just move forward, push the needle to better address reentry. What is the theme of today? Isn't it the journey, successful transformational reentry? Can I get a woo? Come on, you guys. All right, Vanya, I was hoping you wouldn't mind, because Vanya has a vision. There's different counties have different reentry collaboratives. So, we have our continuum of care. We have reentry working group, but there's a vision that Vanya has also that I'd love for her to share about a regional reentry collaborative. You do such a good job visioning, and I'm just so inspired by you, and I hope that you will share that vision with everybody.
Yeah, hey, everyone that's on the stage, you say my name twice, and then they got a bonus if they said it. So real quickly, I just wanted to share a vision, and I think it's a shared vision with our group, is that we want for Riverside County a reentry collaborative that works in conjunction with the continuum of care, in partnership with the continuum of care, but actually functions outside of the continuum of care. Just because as CBOs providing advocacy, direct services, legal services, we know that sometimes we can say and do things that government folks don't get to do. And so it's an agility that we would have. We would partner with them, but we wouldn't be governed by the continuum of care.
Monia, can you answer that again? Because I don't think the people in the back heard what you just said.
You guys are making Griselda mad.
Don't make me come after y'all.
So we really want to invite you all not to just join the continuum of care, which is a great place to start. And maybe reentry isn't your passion. But if reentry is where your heart is, we want you to become part of a reentry collaborative that hears you, responds to you, and helps to build a beloved Riverside County for all of us. And that's really kind of what we're hoping to happen. So continuum of care is an umbrella that handles a lot of the housing needs, and a reentry collaborative would be more reentry focused and not directed by the COC, but working in partner with them. So join one or both or whatever, and we're gonna get commitments before y'all get to need to do it. You guys lock the door now. Just kidding.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, Vanya. Appreciate that. Again, one of my sheroes doing amazing work and actually showing up. Now, I know I might be losing y'all, but seriously, this is incredibly important. I really want to invite somebody here who's been doing local advocacy and was courageous and run for office and represent our region here. So with that being said, I'm going to invite Assemblymember Dr. Corey Jackson to the stage to really rile up the call to action. And I hope everyone has a program in hand. Does everyone have a program? Because we'll get the programs for you. No programs? Okay, we'll get our volunteers to pass out programs because we want to do a pledge right after this. Dr. Corey Jackson.
How y'all doing? Y'all must have had a lot of food. Y'all getting groggy. I can tell what time of day this is. Hey, let me, what's up? let me tell you something. It is so important for you all to be here. But we have to make sure that this is not just something we do on an annual basis and we give resources and we talk about the same issues. Because I'm telling you right now, there is a movement brewing to turn back the advancement of social justice and criminal justice reform. There are actively organizing in Sacramento, proposing all kinds of bills in Sacramento, trying to get things on the ballot in terms of propositions to return back to the failed policies of the war on drugs and mass incarceration. You have to know that what we have fought for, we cannot take it for granted. And every one of us and future generations every time have to be prepared to protect what all of you have been responsible for in achieving. There's bills to say, even if you looked like someone who might have stole something from a retailer, that they could arrest you to see if you actually did or not. They don't even have, they're trying to make sure they don't even have to have seen you do it. But even if they think you've done it, they're refusing. They're trying to fight closing down all these prisons that we no longer use. Why? Because it's their goal to fill them up again. So once you have made it, don't be like them uppity people. I done got my HBO now. I done got my good rims now. So it's for someone else to fight now. I got mine. I guarantee you, if you are not paying attention, if your state legislator, no matter where you live, does not know you by your name, you are not doing everything you need to do to protect the gains that we are trying to protect. And then, just like so many of our young people, yet another generation is going to have less rights, less dignity, less humanity than the previous generation did. The question is, are you going to allow that to happen on your watch? Because that's going to be your legacy for the next generation. Right. It's not just about you. It's about the path that you leave to the next generation. So there's many of us in the legislature, to be quite frankly, not enough of us, who are willing to make sure that national narratives that are being created by some of these draconian and white supremacist police unions, we cannot fall into that. We cannot let people be scared by that stuff. It's a shame that law enforcement officers are lying to us. It's a shame. But we have to continue to speak truth to power. And we have to hold the line. And that also means that it comes with some sacrifice. Yes, some of us are going to have to put some skin in the game in order to protect what we have so far. Because even what we have so far is not enough. But this year is going to be a year that we're going to be tested. Yes, we're going to fight to shut down more of these prisons that are not being used so we can reinvent them in our communities. Yes, we are going to make sure that we invest in the things that does bring down crime without dehumanizing people, without creating these boogeymen out in the community that we're supposed to be scared of. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. And one of the things that we have to also make sure that we do is making sure that when people it's time for them to re-enter into the community, I'm chair of the Budget Subcommittee on Human Services, which is in charge of CalWorks and CalFresh and some of those social safety net programs. I'm trying to make sure that before anyone leaves the criminal justice system or leaves a prison, that they should be leaving with their EBT cards in hand, that they should be leaving with their first CalWorks check in hand. And Medi-Cal, amen. Right? The idea is this: we have got to set people up for success. Woo! And we have got to stop saying that once you've done one thing, that it becomes a life sentence. That is wrong, and it's against our Constitution. So we need you to start developing your plan. What are you gonna do? Right? I remember when Maxine Waters one time was on a stage like this, and she said, "Y'all keep saying you go, girl." And she said, "Stop telling me go, girl, you go." Stop trying to get me to do everything. What you gonna do? So we need you. I know many of you are already tired. I know some of your bangs and bruises and scars still haven't fully healed yet. But guess what? History is calling us to stay in the game. History is calling us to recruit more people in the game. And history is calling those people who are on your couch right now, eating up all your food, ain't doing nothing, to kick their butts and get them in the game. All right? So I want to tell you, we appreciate you. We love you. And we are out here in the battlefield with you. And together we can actually create a future that we can all be proud of one day. Thank you all very much for having me.
All right, y'all, it's time to get down like James Brown. We are going to be doing a commitment pledge. We worked diligently to figure out the strengths, the barriers, the gaps. We keep hearing about collaboration, so now it's time. Everyone should have a booklet, a program in their hand. Can everyone raise your booklet? Program, yes, beautiful. We got an empty hand over here. What's going on? We need some more programs right here. Beautiful. This is the time to open up to the second page. There is a QR code. The QR code is going to give you guys an opportunity to sign up, and it's a pledge. It's a pledge to show up for your community. It's a pledge to show up for yourself, and it's a pledge to show up for your family. Scan that, fill out that very short survey of roughly 6 questions to see where you want to contribute. Now is the time. We keep talking about the collaboration, building the systems. Now we need you. You showed up today for a reason. It is your destiny to do that part. I just winged that. That was the spirit who told me to do that. Hello. Okay. Awesome, awesome. So fill that out, and we have one last group of folks who have something incredibly powerful to tell you. And I'm going to call them up as soon as I hear you guys come up for air, or see you guys come up for air, because I see you're doing the pledge. Are we doing the pledge? You two gentlemen? Yes, you're on it? Beautiful. How about our VP? Awesome. Okay, keep showing up. I appreciate it. LaDonna, I see you doing the pledge. I appreciate you. Yes, good, good, good. All right, everyone's showing that. Beautiful. Again, appreciative. Well, where's my music in the background, ready for karaoke time? That will be the 3 o'clock hour. All right, if I can get the planning committee up here so we can close out and let these beautiful people enjoy the rest of their afternoons, it'd be great. So good. If we can get Karen Roper up here. If we can get Anise up here. Is Rosie still around? Rosie, we would love to have you up here. By the way, there's plenty of sandwiches available. The caterer, who did an amazing job. Can we get a round of applause? For Soulful Moments. Sheena, hire her. She's amazing. No job is too small and no job is too big. Again, plenty of sandwiches in the back. Please help yourself. But before we wrap it up, again, we're going to be the planning committee out here to close this out. Bonnie, can I get you up here as well? One more. Show your beautiful face. Come on, Toya. Work your way up here, folks. Dylan, where are you? Dylan, you have been committed this entire time. This group of people have been showing up weekly for a whole month, every single morning, 8 a.m. sharp, diligently, handling business, calling folks, catering, outreach. Come on down, don't be shy. Can I have a round of applause for everybody up here on the stage? They all have a full-time job, they're parents, grandparents, and yet they're still showing up for the community. So we want to give them all a round of applause. Thank you all for showing up. We appreciate you tremendously. Keep showing up. Keep showing up for yourself, for your community, and for your family. All right. Thank you all. Have a beautiful afternoon.
So we actually have
zip around here.
Oh no, yeah, I bet you are. You're like the one that always making sure everything's ready.
Right, Missy, are you ready?
Hey y'all, it's your girl Shay Nicole. Lake Charles raised, Nashville me. And I gotta get something off my chest, y'all. He don't just want one, said he gotta have three. He ain't got no time for a little old me. So what you think I'm supposed to do? Sit around the house and be your fool. Said he was gonna call, yes he did. On his way home, yes he did. But he ended up staying out all night long. I know he ain't gonna do right. No matter what I do, he just gonna keep lying. He ain't gonna do right. About to catch another flight. I'm leaving out tonight. I'm doing me, and I'm living my best life. Going back and forth with you. This ain't no pity party. Too late for babe, I'm sorry. You can't keep treating me like I'm just anybody. I know he ain't gonna do right. No matter what I do, don't believe nothing he says. He just gonna keep lying.
Money, get to the bag, get to the bag, get to the bag, get to the bag.
Now I ain't gon' say I'm the GOAT, but I'm dope. Came in on a boat, had meal on my neck, I'm a soap. Antisocial, made $1 million and spoke. I ain't talking unless it's about some money. Beef, cause these baloney. I pray to God, I don't see the op, cause Lord knows I'ma shoot the whole 100. Check that reaction, subliminal captions is crazy, cause now I'm a target. A year ago, they hung me up like a hanger and left me inside of the closet. I teach the jits how to come up.